Education will now come to order. Roll call. Hanson.
Here.
Meek.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Peterson here. Ray.
Here.
Williams.
Here.
Weiniger.
Here.
Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, moving right into item number 4. Superintendent Kane will introduce our DCSD Spotlight with Northeast Elementary being named PLC, a model PLC school, and then recognizing one of our employees for Payroll Specialist of the Year.
Okay, is that better? Good evening, everyone. Okay, good evening, everyone. It's time again for board recognition. So I want to start by recognizing one of our fantastic elementary schools, Northeast Elementary in Parker. So I'd like to have the following folks join me up here. Principal Kara Tideman, Assistant Principal Lara Bennett, and Executive Director of Schools for the Parker Region, Kristen Dury, along with Assistant Superintendent Windsor, and all of you who came from Northeast. All of you, come on up. All right, I want to tell you about why we are recognizing Northeast Elementary tonight. Okay, I'm going to switch sides. You all come over here. I know they came up. There's a lot of you, but it's good. All right, come on over here. That way everyone can see you. They've all seen me. There you go. All right, I want to talk a little bit about why Northeast Elementary is being recognized. One of our priorities into this year has been creating a professional learning communities in our schools that really drive and change outcomes for our students. Solution Tree has recognized Northeast Elementary as a model professional community at work. So we'd love to hear more about that from you, Kara and Lara, about what this means to your school and what it means to be a recognized school for this purpose.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Superintendent Kane and members of the board. So I decided I'd be less wordy if I typed something out. So we are one of about 200 schools and districts in the nation to receive this distinction. And we couldn't be more excited about the work to support improved student learning for all students at Northeast. We began this journey about 3.5 years ago. Our staff believed that if we changed how we function as a team, we could make a larger impact on student learning. In order to be considered for this designation, we had to focus on sustained and improved student achievement for a minimum of 3 years. Our results have clearly demonstrated that when we work together as a high-functioning professional learning community, students can achieve ambitious learning goals and the quality of teacher pedagogy only grows. Our team advocates to function this way and clearly sees the correlation of their efforts on the learning of their students. Laura?
And so I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the staff here tonight representing our school who have been a part of this work. So I'd like you all to celebrate and recognize their contributions because we couldn't be more proud of these staff members who have helped support us in this work.
Actually, I would love to have your staff members introduce themselves. All right, look, I'm putting you all on the spot, but we really do want to recognize all of the amazing work that all of you do for kids every single day.
Brianna Jones.
Catherine Mannion.
Caitlin Benlin. Kylie Bender.
Michelle Burnett. Well, so I'm Kristen Dury, I'm the Executive Director of the Parker Region, and on behalf of all of Douglas County, I truly want to say congratulations, you guys. This is a big, big deal, and the work you've put in is enormous. We know that. We've seen the amount of time that you've invested together as a staff. We've been in the Parker Region the lucky beneficiaries of learning from you and your work. And the biggest achievement is the impact that you guys are having on kids. Well done. Yeah.
So I was lucky enough to be able to work with Parker for a number of years. Also happened to be the feeder principal at Sagewood Middle School and got to see firsthand the students that would come to Sagewood. And I know floating through the building, and I know I pop in probably a little too much there in the last couple of years, but to be able to see the amazing work that Kara and Larry, you have spent on trying to intentionally do this work. I think for everybody to understand the amount of time, effort, intentionality, research, sacrifice, time, intentionality to make sure you take care of each and every student that walks into your classroom is something that is about as evident as can be. I've walked into team meeting times when typically, yes, you know the team meeting times, yes, I've walked in, but the conversations they have about knowing each of their students, the whole student, is just about as evident as can be. But it takes great leadership, takes great leadership from the top as well, and Superintendent Kane, and great support from our board as well. So congratulations to the team. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of it on the surface as well too, but just amazing work.
Well, I have been in the Parker area for almost 40 years, and my kiddos went through Northeast as well, and have been a long admirer of our Northeast staff and the work that Kara has done. I also, though, want to take a minute just to recognize Kara's family's out there in the audience, her husband and daughter Claire. If you guys will stand up too and receive some applause for supporting this great leader. So on behalf of the Board of Education, congratulations, Northeast. We're very proud of all of you. And here's your check for $1 million.
All right, we're going to do a quick picture. We may have to do 2 rows. I don't know. 2 rows? You want me to just hold you? Like, yeah. Okay, our next recognition is for a very special DCSD staff member who has the very small task of overseeing payroll for our entire school district. No big deal, just our 8,600 employees. Can I have Marcy Brown please come up here, our Director of Payroll Operations, and Interim Chief Financial Officer Janice Schleisner. Please come on up so we can recognize Marcy. So the Denver Payroll Association recently awarded Marcy with the Payroll Professional of the Year award, which is a very big deal. In her spare time, Marcy has been helping other people prepared for the Certified Payroll Professional exam, and that is also a really big deal. Marcy manages the payroll for our entire school district, all of our 8,600 employees, to make sure everyone gets paid on time and accurately, which is no small feat. So, Marcy, we are very blessed to have you. Congratulations on this great recognition.
Thank you. So congratulations.
I would love to talk about Marcy a little bit more because she won't do it. So Marcy and I started within a couple weeks of each other over 9 years ago, and she has been my next door neighbor, office neighbor for those whole 9 years. And she is relentless in making process improvements. She implemented Workday 7 years ago, I believe. And that was a ton of hours, which I know her daughter, Maddie, can attest to. She kept asking for her mom to come home. But she, in her spare time, she also finished her degree, her college degree, and became a certified payroll professional herself. So she is really relentless in self-improvement and process improvement for the district. So thank you, Marcy.
Thank you. Congratulations. Haley, you want to? Thank you very much. That concludes our staff recognitions.
Okay, and one last round of applause for the Northeast Elementary team and Miss Brown. All right, moving on. Item number 5, acceptance of agenda. The recommendation is the Board of Education approves the agenda as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion to accept the agenda.
Second.
Motion by Ray. I'll take the second by Hanson. Call the roll. Hanson.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Weiniger.
Aye.
Passed 7-0. We'll now move into item number 6, the superintendent updates. Superintendent Kane.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a number of updates for you all tonight. So I'm going to start in the area of special education. So a few things that we are working on as staff. We are going to be working on a comprehensive evaluation of our special education programming. This will take about 2 to 3 years. It's a very comprehensive evaluation so that we can make sure that we continue our practices that are working really well and we continue to do what is really working for our students and also help us to create a strategic focus on areas where we can improve. So we're really excited to enter into this process. I want to especially thank Deputy Superintendent Danelle Hyatt and her team for being so open and so excited about making sure that we are providing the best possible education for our students with special educational needs. All right, a few other updates. So we have a bunch of celebrations, a lot for me to go through. First, I want to start with ThesCon. This is a celebration that takes place in Denver, and it took place at the Colorado Convention Center. Many of our performers from across our school district got the ability to perform on stage in front of thousands of participants. The schools who participated and had performers on stage included many of our middle schools and high schools. And Douglas County High School in particular was the state main stage show winner in their performance from their production of the 39 Steps. We will be publishing the names of all of the schools that participated as well as all of the student performers that were allowed to perform in front of the entire crowd at a future board meeting. We often talk about the amazing things happening in our sports and athletics, but we have amazing things happening throughout our district and throughout activities in our district as well as athletics. An additional recognition is our esports teams. We do have a comprehensive esports program in our district, and Chaparral and Vista both placed second in the state, and we had several students make the first and second team all-state in esports. So congratulations to those schools and to those students. Douglas County High School just took state for cheer state champions. 4 out of the top 7 were from Douglas County, and 3 of the top 7 finishers from Palms were also Douglas County schools. Congratulations to all of our girls for all of our Palms and cheer. Not just the girls, for all of their hard work, and especially we want to thank Douglas County High School and congratulate their cheer team. We, as part of the One Book, One District, our schools donated over 23,000 pairs of socks to Denver so that they were able to, the Denver Task Force. And so we have this great picture of the Denver Task Force standing there with 23,000 pairs of socks to be able to distribute to people in need. So congratulations to all of our schools for their great donation. Sedalia Elementary their teachers got to go on a $10,000 shopping spree this morning with Home Depot. Thanks to the foundation for submitting an application on behalf of Sedalia Elementary, and we're really excited that those teachers are able to enhance their classrooms and the experience for their kids, many of whom have a lot of needs, and Sedalia Elementary is one of our highest schools with a percentage of students that qualify for free and reduced lunch. So we're really excited about the opportunity that presents for our teachers and for our kids. I want to congratulate our budget team who just received the 22-23 Meritus Budget Award from the Association of School Business Officials, or ASBO. This award is all about doing thorough budgeting and having great results. Our team has done an amazing job. They are incredibly thorough and incredibly careful about how they budget our school district's money. So congratulations to Jana Schleisner, Colleen Doan, and the entire budget team for Douglas County School District. Global Village Academy had a celebration yesterday where they received a certification for La Belle Franc education. The United States ambassador from France, Philippe Enten, was able to be in attendance for this celebration. Congratulations to Global Village Academy for their work around their dual language with French. All right, a few other updates. We do have some changes coming because of the federal minimum wage change. So we will be communicating details of those changes out to the board and to the system. So federal minimum wage recently changed, and we will be updating some of our employees and ranges accordingly to make sure that we are in compliance with the new federal minimum wage. I want to thank all of my cabinet members for spending 2 full days on a retreat where we were able to discuss in detail the business of the district and the initiatives that we're doing to make sure that each and every one of our students have a fantastic educational experience in Douglas County School District. Our cabinet and their staffs are working really, really hard to make sure that we are able to meet all the ends from the Board of Education and ensure that our students are successful. I want to the last one is a few remarks about Proposition FF. This was communicated to the Board of Education a couple of days ago. We've communicated this as well out to the system today. Douglas County School District will be opting in for Proposition FF. That is, Proposition FF was passed by the voters in November to provide a free lunch to all students, all public school students, not just students that qualify for free and reduced lunch. This program does not start until the beginning of the next school year, so the 23-24 school year in the fall. And as I said, we will be opting into this program. The benefits of the program are amazing. Of course, it will make sure our families are able to have their kids get hot lunch if they want to, and be able to save more money. It will ensure that our students who already get free lunch will be able to avoid the stigma of being the only student that gets free lunch, or being, as every single student will be able to get free lunch. Certainly for our families that have food insecurity, we will be able to continue to feed kids and make sure that we're taking care of all of our students. It will mean higher participation for nutrition services and for our hot lunch program, and the implications that staff has been making sure that we feel like we can get our arms around include continuing to deal with the staffing shortage and making sure that come fall we have the staffing that we need in order to be able to serve additional lunches. Based on our experience during COVID, we expect demand to approximately double. We are checking into equipment and kitchen sizes to make sure that we have the equipment we need for additional hot lunches, to make sure that we've got the delivery mechanisms that we need, to make sure that we are prepared to address supply chain shortages. We continue to see supply chain shortages around items that go into hot lunch, and of course, doubling demand will exacerbate those. So we're making sure that we have backup plans for those supply chain shortages. And we are also working with our schools and starting to discuss operationally how we can make sure to get all of our kids through the line, because of course when demand doubles, we want to make sure that the last student that is able to pick up their hot lunch has the time and ability to be able to eat that lunch. So we're looking at the logistics within our school. So I would like to thank Jana Schleisner and the Nutrition Services Department and Jen Pfeiffer for putting together plans around Proposition FF and how we will operationalize free lunch for every student. And certainly it is something that we are very excited about. That concludes my superintendent updates for tonight. Thank you.
And I think just one small correction, the shopping spree was at Office Depot, not Home Depot. It's not a CTE program, and we're not doing construction. So that would be
Thank
office
you
supplies
so
and
much.
classroom
Thank you for
supplies.
that correction. That is an important distinction. And thanks to Office Depot for the $10,000 shopping spree.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Kane.
Could I ask a quick?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Director Meek.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for the update. I know we were receiving lots of questions on Prop FF. I'm curious, do charter schools have the autonomy to opt in or opt out? I think that's a question that some might be asking.
We'll work with our charter schools to make sure that we understand what each of them want to do, but most of our charter schools actually use our nutrition services in order to feed their students. So the same operational issues, et cetera, the same explorations need to happen with them, but I can't see a reason why they wouldn't be able to have free lunches as well. We're going to have to make sure we address the same staffing issues and the same timing issues with our charter schools.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to our public comment section. The first one will be a student advisory group update, and I think we have Sujay in the audience.
Hello? Okay, sounds good. Okay, my name is Sujay Palapelli. I'm one of the co-presidents of the Student Advisory Group, and I'll be giving the Board of Education update. So during our last meeting, Director Ray came and introduced us to our current vision and mission statement. And as a group, we discussed what we liked about the current vision and mission statement and what we also thought could be altered to better represent our district as a whole. And some of the main takeaways that we had as a group were to include more inclusive language throughout both of the statements, focus not only on the development of the students through education, but also through their character, and then reference not only students in the vision and mission statement, but also teachers and faculty members. The rest of our meeting was primarily focused for subgroup presentation time and working on their proposals. And this year, we're hoping that every group is able to present at our mid-year presentation date, which is January 10th. And whether this is a formal presentation or an informal one where we're just getting guided feedback from you guys, we're pushing for every single group to have a presentation by that date. And as of right now, we have 7 official presentations and 5 informal guided feedback presentations. And then now I'll just give a brief overview of what our groups have been doing thus far and what we hope to have by January 10th for you guys. So the mental health group, as many of you guys know, are working on a mental health and wellness class. And this was recently, they figured out it has too much overlap with pre-existing courses, so they're working on remodeling it and hopefully coming with a better course proposal in the future. And then the environmental sustainability group is implementing LED lighting and planting trees to reduce carbon emissions. And they're primarily doing this through grants through various foundations. And during their proposal, they're hoping to be able to apply for grants at the district level so they can increase their funding for those different initiatives. The technology subgroup is promoting the use of the Helper app, which is basically an online platform to log volunteer hours for high school students. And right now, only as of what I know is Rock Canyon implements it. So we're hopefully working to spread the word of that and then implement that throughout Douglas County. And then the diversity and equity subgroup, they're working on creating presentations for LGBTQ+ individuals and implementing a model similar to SART, which is a sexual assault resource team. And what they're planning on doing is creating this presentation, and during seminar, they want to introduce or have teachers give the presentations to the students during their seminar periods throughout within all the high schools within the district. And the policy appeals group has 3 main initiatives. The first one being they're working on the dress code and remodeling the entire dress code. And then they're also working on the IBHK policy. And they're also working on weighting honors classes rather than just AP classes, or not fully weighting them, but instead of counting as a 4.0, they want it to be a 4.5. And the school safety group is creating a policy that introduces safety kits into classrooms throughout the district. The hands-on learning group is promoting the senior studies course, which is only available at Rock Canyon right now. And the main purpose of the senior studies group is to have like real world experience for high school students during their senior year through like a capstone project. So we're hoping to introduce that to first Mountain Vista and Legend, and then hopefully spread out from there. And finally, the financial literacy group is creating a presentation for, the presentation's about relevant financial literacy concepts for our high school students. And similar to our diversity group, they're working on like introducing that during our school's seminar or like advisement period. And that's like a brief overview of what all of our groups are doing and what they hope to have done by like our presentation date. And yeah, that's pretty much sums up what we did during our last meeting. Do you guys have any questions for me or?
Yeah, just if you could work with our two board liaisons to make sure that we have the right ones scheduled. So as long as everyone's ready to go, we'll get those on there and you can arrange through our board liaisons to get any briefings or stuff to the secretary, and we look forward to them. Any other directors have any questions? Thank you, Sujay.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to our next, we have some special areas of public comment. The next one will be public comment concerning the Hope Online Priority Improvement Program per CRS 2232-142-2C and SB 109-163, the Educational Accountability Act. Staff from Hope Online will be presenting the Priority Improvement Plan later in this meeting. That presentation will satisfy the requirement for school parent notification about the performance framework and the requirement for a public hearing. We've had one person sign up to speak about the Hope Online Priority Improvement Program. Is Ms. Aguilar here? And ma'am, you'll have 3 minutes, and Mr. Blair will be giving everyone a 15-second notice. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Victoria Aguilar, and I'm a director for Maranatha Learning Site. And I've been with Hope Online Learning Academy for the past 14 years. And before joining Hope, I worked at several other school districts in Colorado, and I saw the needs of so many struggling students, and I felt completely overwhelmed and helpless to not be able to connect with my 135 student caseload. Their struggles reminded me of my struggles as a student. So many of the struggles were cultural, social, economic, language, and behavior. In traditional schools, I feel that so many of the struggles are overlooked by educators because of such a heavy workload. I believe that getting to know each of your students and being able to connect with them makes all the difference in their ability to perform and be successful. Hope Online offers students hope and compassion. I absolutely love my job as a director. Every new school year brings new challenges. I've seen the worst behaved students transform into proud graduates. Hope provides the necessary resources and compassion for each of our students. I was honored to become the chair for our Student Accountability Committee this year. I hope to be able to put the needs of our students before the committee and help make Hope even better than it is now. As a SAC chair for Hope, I am in support of the processes that Hope is putting into practice in regards to the middle school U.I.P. I believe that with these processes, Hope will be able to support students and help them raise their academic growth and assessment scores. Hope's U.I.P. plan offers more support and individualized attention to all the middle school students. I believe in Hope, and I have always believed in Hope. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll now move on to the next set of public comments. These will be public comment on the proposed charter school renewals. And the three presentations that we will have later tonight are renewals for American Academy, Academy Charter School, and Lehman Classical Academy. First speaker will be Erin Dill, followed by Stacy Beecham, followed by Lisa Anthenian, if I pronounced that correctly. Ms. Dill.
You did.
Hi, everyone. I'm Erin Dill. I'm here to speak about American Academy. I really appreciate the model that American Academy has provided to my 3 daughters. I have one in 10th grade now, so we've been with American Academy for 11 years total. And the ability group model that makes us unique has really met the needs of each of my daughters wherever they were in their educational journey. And as a mom, to see your kids constantly be challenged and excel and feel proud of the work that they've put forth really made my job easier as a parent. And after 5 years of only being a parent, I took a step into joining the American Academy team, and I teach first grade at our Castle Pines campus. And as a teacher, I can say I most value our character and manners development. We really prioritize making these small humans into wonderful human beings and productive members of society. And as an educator and as a parent, I really appreciate that model, and that I'm given the opportunity to teach kids what it means to be polite and have manners and exhibit those traits that we like to see in our young people today. In addition to those characters and manners, our STEM program is an exceptional one, and I feel like really sets us apart. My kids have had an opportunity to go on STEM trips and code and create models that I could never have exposed them to without the school's help. So that's really valuable to me as well. In addition to our performing arts program. So outside of the academic day, at the end of the day, I feel like American Academy really strives to meet the needs of the whole child and provide them other opportunities to shine, and whether it's through athletics or performing arts or STEM or robotics or Minecraft Club, we really look to make every child shine in their own way. I'm so proud as a school of how we continue to adapt, and I've watched countless people in the building never become complacent and always look ahead to what we could do better. I think we're a pretty exceptional school to begin with, and so for these people to constantly be looking for ways to do better than we already were doing, I think is pretty incredible, and I feel very proud to be a part of that team. So thank you for your
15 seconds
time.
remaining.
Perfect. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ms. Still. Next will be Stacy Beecham, Lisa Athenian, followed by Krista Mann. Ms. Beecham.
Good evening. My name's Stacy Beecham, and I'm a graduate and supporter of the Douglas County School District, but most importantly, I'm a mom to a 6th grader and an 8th grader at American Academy. So my oldest, who's now 13, has been at American Academy since he was 4 years old. As young as 2, we knew science was his huge focus. He was the only 2-year-old I knew that could repeat the NOVA, Joplin, tornado, special word for word. And his brother quickly followed with his love of engineering. So it was important for my husband and I to find a school that could nurture these interests. Now, Douglas County has great schools with many options, and finding the right option for our kids was critical. The American Academy focused on STEM, providing dedicated STEM options and projects in the early stages of learning, as well as the emphasis on character was something that we were looking for, and we were really excited to find at American Academy. My kids have been able to thrive there due to myriad reasons. Phenomenal teachers and staff, an excellent curriculum, and of course that focus on STEM that I just mentioned, and the dedication of American Academy to helping each and every child. For example, ability grouping allows my children to learn and progress in a way that's individualized for them. From supported groups where my youngest received more dedicated math attention in a small group setting, to the honors and accelerated program that my oldest son is in now, and they meet him with challenges each and every day. And I know that everything is geared specifically to help each child master the concepts and knowledge so that they all can succeed. Additionally, we've been so thankful to the Student Support Services team that's been great in helping our family through our IEPs and ensuring that the boys receive what they need in order to succeed not only in the classroom, but socially and emotionally as well. I think that really what completes the appreciation that we have for American Academy is the sense of community that American Academy has built over the years. My children feel it. I know my husband and I feel it. All of our friends there do. I love the staff, and And I love that they still remember my oldest dressed as a tornado when he was in kindergarten. Remember, he's 13 now. I love that when they hop out of carpool, it's "Good morning, Beecham boys" from all of the staff. The familiar faces, not just the staff and teachers, but of the parents and families, showed that it's a community dedicated to rallying around the kids. And when we see that school community and the parents rally, and that we see that they are engaged, the kids really are more successful. So it's been really tough looking at high schoolers from 8th grader because it means he's leaving American Academy. But I know he's really well prepared with academic knowledge, upstanding character, and servant leadership that will take him really far, not only in his education, but in life.
15 seconds
And this
remaining.
is due in part to American Academy. So I implore you to renew American Academy's charter so that not just my kids get to experience this, but other families can as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beecham. Next will be Lisa Athenian, followed by Krista Mann, followed by Michelle Superett. Ms. Athenian.
Thank you. Good evening, directors and Superintendent Kane. So happy to be here with you and to talk about my absolute favorite thing, American Academy. I am here to speak this evening in favor of the American Academy Charter renewal that you all will be discussing later this evening. I'm honored to be able to speak with you about my experiences as an educator and an employee of American Academy, but also as a parent. I've had a very unique experience with American Academy. My name is Lisa Athenian, so I should introduce myself earlier. I am currently the elementary principal at our Castle Pines campus, but my journey with our school started many, many years before that. I was first hired in 2012 as an ability group teacher, where I got to live day in and day out my dream and passion of teaching students that needed additional support in literacy and math instruction. Since that time, I have also been in intermediate classrooms and primary classrooms as a homeroom teacher. In 2020, I did have the distinct honor of joining the leadership team. American Academy and my experience as a teacher is what led me to the leadership team and knowing that I feel passionate about our mission. I know what we're doing for families and students, and I want to share that, and I want to continue that. I want to be part of that. I'm so proud of every single employee that I work with. As was stated earlier, it truly is a community feel in our school. I often say that American Academy was my family before I had a family of my own, and it's so true, even to this day. I now have a husband who I also have to join in and join our school as well, and 2 lovely children. And this year I did get the distinct honor of becoming a parent at American Academy, which is something that while you can't put a time frame on that, you get to become a parent when you're a parent. I wish I had been a parent a decade ago when I started there because it is such an eye-opening experience. And so now I have the honor of knowing what it feels like to work at American Academy, a school who uses a unique ability grouping model to challenge each student, but also to teach character and to create, I always say, we are creating productive citizens. We are trying to create a productive and fruitful future for not only Douglas County, the entire state of Colorado, the United States, and our world. And we feel very passionate about the character development that we include with our rigorous academics. This year, when I did have the choice as a parent to choose the school that my child would go to, American Academy was a great fit for my daughter. But I also knew that there are many great schools in our county, and that American Academy only complements the other great schools that we are surrounded by. So we will continue to partner with our neighboring schools, and we will continue to do right by all of our students and families. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Ms. Athenian. Next is Krista Mann, Michelle Superett, and then we will transition to the regular public comment. Ms. Mann.
Sorry, I'm the worst looking Mrs. Mann you've ever seen.
I'll go with Mr. Mann.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. My name is Ben Mann. My son Levi goes to Lehman. And I wanted to explain to you why I think choice in school is so important. When I was younger than him, I struggled with school immensely. Struggled through high school, struggled through college. And it wasn't until my 4th college, I was 23 or 4, they tested me out and they said I had an IQ of 123, 124, which isn't bad, but I couldn't remember what I just read. I would reread the same line again and again and again. And it started to make sense why I got D's. Like, I knew every teacher. They knew my wife, right? So we knew we had one choice or one chance with Levi and with school, and we chose Lehman. And something that was so important to us was that the family has to be united for the kid. We didn't have choices when I was a kid. It was just go to school, right? Lehman and charter schools offer different flavors of education, different flavors, different styles. And that's what we so love about Lehman. So I wrote this down. I didn't have much time to prepare. We chose Lehman because of its culture, its perspective on teaching styles, and its high expectations for the scholars. Lehman provides a path for each scholar to reach these high expectations. My kid will attest to you, we have extremely high expectations at our house. But just like Lehman, we provide that path. We give him a way to earn that, to learn it, and to fail, and be like, it's okay, buddy, get back up. That's how we make it as adults. So without that unique path for scholars, expectations are just soft words that make you feel good about yourself, but they don't provide a truthful perspective of where you're at. And as somebody who didn't know where they were at for 20 plus years in school, and how frustrating it was for me to know, why isn't it clicking? Why isn't it clicking? I won't make that same mistake. So we chose Lehman because of its leadership, because of its style, its culture, and just their high expectations that they have on the scholars. So we think it's an amazing school. We think it's producing amazing students. It's an amazing part. I've built part of their buildings out there professionally. I love them. So I appreciate the opportunity to have that extension for my kid going down the road and for future generations for Lehman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. Last speaker on the charter school renewals will be Michelle Superett. Ms. Superett.
Hi, good evening. I'm here to speak tonight in unwavering support of the Lehman Charter School renewal. This is, as you've heard, truly an amazing school. I'm blessed. I've had 2 children graduate from Lehman and 2 children currently at Lehman. And I'm also blessed to be one of Lehman's teachers. I can say from working there that the culture and climate at Lehman is unparalleled. We have amazing teachers, and our administration goes above and beyond to support all families. But as I sat down today to think of all the reasons why you should vote a resounding yes, there was too many for me to speak eloquently about. So I thought, why not hear from our scholars instead? So I asked my classroom today before they left why they love Lehman and to go write it on the board. Some of their answers blew me away. Here's what they said, word for word. We really enjoy the educational techniques that the teachers use. I'm not making that up. We have some very hardworking teachers who really just love kids. We have a class creed that each class strives towards based on Charlotte Mason. We love doing fun, hands-on activities, and we really are one big family who loves to stick together and help each other out. It makes us as kids think critically and independently and gives us an organized classroom with caring teachers. It even exposes many subjects to learn and master. I should say this is 5th grade too, so pretty good. Science is gross in a very good way. That sounds like a 5th grade boy. Lehman takes kids to the next level in learning. Lehman encourages important virtues and values and treats everyone equally and well. At Lehman, we don't only focus on learning, we focus on character too. And then finally, people have shown me love, respect, and kindness here, and I've learned so much in a fun way. I couldn't have said it better myself. Lehman is a bright light in our lives and in our community. Their commitment to excellence is unparalleled. You can hear from the scholars' own comments how they are truly being built to become virtuous leaders that care about what is true, good, and beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Superett. Now move into item 10, which is our regular public comment. Usually I take some time here to just go through the rules about the board conducting its business. All speakers during this portion will still have 3 minutes. When speaking, please be respectful and address the board rather than the guests or staff in the room. And to respect a speaker's free speech, please do not interrupt them while they are at the podium. Like the other speakers, you'll have a 15-second notice before you leave the podium. And going to and from the podium, please don't engage with or other members or the speakers in a disruptive manner. Before we start, though, we've had some things both nationally and locally that I thought I'd talk to because they concern public comment. The first one is around safety. I've gotten a lot of comments from folks saying that we need to have a safe space of public comment. I won't take that as an Orwellian term. Public comment is absolutely safe. We've got two fine folks here, Mr. Ice up front and Dave Marty in the back, and they are providing safety, not just here for the board and the cabinet, but for all members. And that is something we are absolutely committed to doing, to providing physical safety. The second one is around what's going on nationally in the Constitution. So one of the things you'll see here at Douglas County, and I can say this having taken an oath back in 1986 to support and defend the Constitution, is we're going to do the First Amendment here. That doesn't agree or doesn't guarantee agreeable speech. We welcome all views, whether they're controversial. We don't fact check people up here, whether they're true or false. We've even had people wearing T-shirts that have accused board members of felonies. But we're going to allow that because that's the First Amendment, and even hateful speech is protected. So in the spirit of government closest to the individual, we will now open the public square, and if you wish to petition your government, this school board, for a redress of grievances or any other purpose, we're going to do the First Amendment, and we're going to keep allowing all viewpoints, agreeable, disagreeable, and all others to be heard. So with that being said, we'll move into our speakers. The first one will be Megan Birch, followed by Matthew Smith, followed by Meg Furlow. Is Ms. Birch here?
Good evening. My name is Megan Birch. I'm a DCSD parent. The last few weeks have been incredibly difficult as the parent of LGBTQ plus kids. In the past few weeks, we have had members of DCSD leadership and board directors attend the CPAN conference, which included harmful rhetoric against the LGBTQ plus community. We've had GSAs attacked in public comment, implying that there is some insidious activist agenda, and insisting that parent-guardian consent be required to participate in the group, even though that would create a safety risk for those students, forcing them to come out before they're ready. We've held a call to action from a local extremist group and an anti-equity group for last week's Equity Advisory Council meeting. In addition, we've had a mass shooting at an LGBTQ plus nightclub in a neighboring community, and a warning from the Department of Homeland Security of increased threats against the LGBTQ community. And that's only the last 4 weeks. I am absolutely exhausted and disheartened by the hatred and cruelty in this community and our nation. Director Myers, in the candidate survey you completed for FEC United, you implied that there was an LGBTQ agenda. I can assure you that the only LGBTQ agenda I have for my kids is for them to survive. Admittedly, that is a low bar. I don't know that I can expect them to flourish in a school district where basic concepts like equity are villainized and their safe spaces like GSAs are attacked with misinformation, or in a community where their mere existence and right to connection is protested. About GSAs, if they're teaching LGBTQ plus youth how to advocate for their rights, what of it? Do you know how many anti-LGBTQ bills have been introduced in this year alone? Hundreds. So if GSAs are helping LGBTQ youth advocate for their right to exist in this country, so be it. I don't ever see the same concern and anti-activist energy toward the Turning Point USA groups in our schools. Perhaps there is a certain type of activism that is acceptable to these community members. I've noticed in this district's dialogue about equity, there seems to be a greater emphasis placed on discomfort over actual safety, a greater emphasis on intention over actual impact. I'm here tonight asking you to consider safety and impact. I'm asking all of you here tonight, DCSD leadership and board directors, to take a stand against this type of hatred and denounce these extremist groups and their harmful rhetoric. Please stop playing politics with these groups. Please consider the impact when you are associated with these groups and allow harmful and mocking statements toward the LGBTQ plus students, teachers, staff, and district spaces. I'm asking you to show us with actions instead of empty words that you actually support all of your students. Director Peterson, to speak to what you just said about free speech, it does not diminish the impact of bigotry. Please acknowledge the harm that this anti-LGBTQ rhetoric has had on our students, teachers, and staff, and take action to stop it. Please show us your empathy and your compassion. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Birch. Next will be Matthew Smith, followed by Meg Furlow, and then Jen Iverson. Mr. Smith, who I do not see in the audience. Meg Furlow, Jen Iverson, followed by Jason Hurd. Is Ms. Furlow here?
Good evening, directors and Superintendent Kane. I come to you as a parent of a future DCSD student who has 2 moms. My hope is that DCSD is a safe place for my child and all students to receive a great education. This board will even discuss a safe, positive culture and climate as part of their legislative priorities tonight. Priorities that support efforts to decrease incidences of bullying and discriminatory conduct. Priorities to incentivize mental health initiatives and programming. As you move forward with these priorities, I would like you to consider the platforms you allow to elevate and the harm that they cause. Several of you attended the CPAN event a few weeks ago where there was harmful rhetoric against teachers, public education, and marginalized groups. Last week, FEC United, whose founder, Joe Altman, has made appalling comments against the LGBTQ community, attended the EAC meeting for the sole purpose of intimidating EAC members. After overhearing conversations from FEC United attendees, I know this hateful rhetoric is not just sentiment expressed by Altman. I am asking this board to stand up against these bullies and denounce these extremist groups. Yes, you can say this is about freedom of speech, but please consider those who do not feel safe to speak, be heard, or even be in the room. Several members of the EAC did not attend because of FEC's presence. Please stop enabling hate speech driven by extremists and work towards making DCSD safe for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Furlow. Next will be Jennifer Iverson, Jason Hurd, followed by Lucy Squire. Ms. Iverson.
Good evening. I have attended most of the Equity Advisory Committee's meetings. This group is vital in bringing attention to the challenges of our special education community, racial inequities, LGBT needs, mental health, and many more issues that are important to the success of DCSD. At each meeting, I am able to hear the conversations and continue advocating with their concerns in mind. I was not able to hear much at the last meeting. Unfortunately, it was because of the people who attended as a call to action from FAIR, FEC United, and other groups, including a United American Defense Force, a militia. I am still confused that a person was allowed in a school with the F word largely displayed on their t-shirt. No student, parent, nor staff would ever have this ability. I am also confused that even though there was an extra security personnel, these groups were allowed to disrupt the meeting and bring intimidation to an otherwise quiet and productive EAC session. Several members of the press were harassed in the parking lot, which is still DCSD property. Again, if any student, parent, or staff behaved in this manner, there would have been consequences. Why haven't there been? It was obvious to anyone in attendance that the purpose of FAIR, FEC United, and their militia was to intimidate, not to be informed about what the EAC discusses or does. Superintendent Kane, are you now ready to call out this behavior and ban any other attempts to attend and intimidate? The harm has already been done. Voices of minority have been silenced, even voices of students who attended and were quite scared and needed to be brought to their cars because of fear of safety. Is this the climate and culture you intend to cultivate? Recently, the Colorado Department of Education made a decision on a state-level complaint against DCSD based on the facts. It was concluded that DCSD violated the students' rights in regards to FAPE, free and appropriate public education. This student endured violations to their personal safety because district staff secluded them in an inadequate space, failed to properly restrain, and also failed to ensure that staff had completed the required training for restraint protocols. Furthermore, the school and special education department failed to comply with the documentation and notifications required after such events.
15 seconds remaining.
In addition, the individual education plan was not reviewed nor revised to address the student's needs. These problems are not unique to this student. DCSD has a systemic problem.
Thank you, Ms. Iverson. Next will be Jason Hurd, Lucy Squire, followed by Julie Watkins.
Good evening, Board of Directors. I have probably a less controversial topic, but hopefully one that will benefit our teachers. I'd like to address the board on behalf of all teachers in DCSD using electronic equipment. I know a number of DCS teachers, both first and second degree, and as far as I understand, they're all issued district laptop computers. Most professional organizations like DCSD or corporations provide employees with computer equipment to do their jobs, of course. What I was disturbed to find out was that any damage, accidental or otherwise, as well as laptop accessory purchases, become the personal financial responsibility of the teachers, at least in some cases. I'm going to keep this anonymous as possible so to respect the requests of the specific teacher to feel safe from any retaliation, et cetera. But case in point, this teacher recently dropped their laptop, doing damage of nearly $1,000, which isn't hard to do if you break the screen on an Apple laptop. This teacher was told that the damage would be their responsibility. It was still within its time of service and warranty, et cetera, by the school, but because it was accidental damage, it wasn't covered. I asked one of our board members to verify this, and in fact, it is the case in many schools, if not all schools. Some schools may have budget to cover these types of things, but by and large, it appears that the district does not have an end-to-end plan to deal with accidental damage, nor does it provide carry cases and other accessories. I work for a large corporation, and laptop computers, electronic equipment are provided, and they're covered. Accidents will happen, so my employer, like most employers, has pooled insurance plans for this kind of thing because a certain number of them are going to get dropped every year. A certain number of them are going to break. It's life. It's like car accidents. It's insurance, right? So that risk pooling exists. Needless to say, my company does not ask me to fix a laptop on my own nickel if I drop it, and it trusts the employees to be good stewards of this equipment. So I'm here to ask the Board of Directors on behalf of our already underpaid teachers to review this policy and look at doing the following. Find a way to cover the occasionally damaged stolen laptop. I believe that typically is sold as insurance plans from equipment vendors. It usually carries a premium of, say, 10% on top of the total cost, and provide a carry case and other accessories as needed for the teachers. I would all like to think that this is a relative drop in the bucket across our district budget, which is probably already strained, but I think it would go a long way to help struggling teachers financially, and also show them that we have their backs. If you would like any help in moving this forward, research, et cetera, please feel free to reach out to me.
15 seconds remaining.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Lucy Squire, Julie Watkins, followed by Luke Johnson. Ms. Squire.
Good evening, directors. I'm delighted to be here tonight as an 18-year veteran educator in Douglas County, and am pleased to also stand here as the newly elected president of Douglas County Federation. This is the beginning of a new DCF era because while I've just become our new president, I am also continuing in my full-time role as a third grade teacher. I'm excited and optimistic about paving a new path forward by continuing to build positive relationships with you all while representing and advocating for my incredible colleagues. I am, as you may know, very passionate about education and advocating for this profession and this district. Immense disappointment was felt across the district when the bonds and MLO did not pass. Although we appreciate the tremendous support from the community and the vote was close, it's hard to feel valued when these initiatives aren't successful. We all know that teachers and school staff do not go into this profession for the income. However, we should be able to make a livable wage regardless of our specific roles. Other districts certainly pay more competitive wages, but it's not simply a matter of moving districts. Many of us have spent our careers in Douglas County and truly believe in this district. Since we won't be receiving monetary compensation this year, we have some other ideas that would serve as alternative compensation with very little to no cost on your end. Specifically, you can grant all staff members an additional personal day. You can guarantee fully protected planning time during our school day. You can allow DCF representation on all DCSD committees. Finally, you can allow us to work the flexibility to work remotely on teacher work days, which differ from the professional learning community and professional development days. As a representative of a DCS and our teaching community, I bring these requests to you in the form of these holiday cards, which have been signed by staff members across the district. I challenge you to make a statement by granting all Douglas County School District staff these holiday wishes. Please take care of us, just as we nurture, support, and celebrate our students each and every day. I'd like to thank you already for beginning the work to put another bond and MLO on the ballot next year. Thank you for making school visits, for coming into our classrooms, and for seeing firsthand all the work and projects our students are doing. Watching our students and teachers in action gives you a realistic picture of what phenomenal things are going on in our classroom. I look forward to working with you all. Thank you. And I have gifts in the form of postcards.
Thank you, Ms. Squire. Okay, next speaker will be Julie Watkins, followed by Luke Johnson, and then Patty Anderson. And then after Ms. Anderson, we will transition to online comment. Is Ms. Watkins here?
Good evening, Superintendent and Board Directors. I hate to stand here and not have a lot of positive things to say, especially after all of the wonderful and celebratory things that happened earlier tonight, but this is important to me. I'm here to express my profound disappointment in recent actions of Superintendent Kane, and I'm going to read a summarized version of several emails I sent to her and the entire board over the past several weeks. I am disappointed in Superintendent Kane both for accepting an award from an organization that champions things that she claims either don't exist in DCSD, I'm referring to CRT and a woke agenda, or that she says she doesn't support, referring to vouchers. Ms. Kane, you have consistently said that you want to bring this divided community together, and yet you publicly engage in behavior that sows more division. If there was any question that the newest BOE directors are in lockstep with you on implementing this national extremist agenda to dismantle public education in favor of for-profit education, it is quite clear now you are. I'm thoroughly disgusted and appalled that you either didn't consider the optics of being associated with a group like CPAN or that you just didn't care. Engaging with and being affiliated with groups that make an attempt on the surface to look legitimate and balanced, but in reality engage in racist and anti-LGBTQ rhetoric, villainize teacher unions, encourage teachers to leave them, frame charter schools as not being public schools, claim teachers are grooming students and teaching pornography, spread disinformation like equity policies, DEI, and SEL are being used to conceal the communist agenda of the left. The list goes on and on. Seeing DCSD superintendent's name listed next to so many vile extremists from the far right is disheartening, and I respectfully ask that you stop associating with this movement and instead focus on lifting up our district, supporting our teachers and staff, and educating our students. You responded to this email trying to convince me that your acceptance of the CPAN award proved that there was no CRT or woke agenda in the DCSD curriculum. I wrote you back imploring you to make a public statement at the November 15th BOE meeting and asked you to disavow the rhetoric that CPAN allowed and is awarding individuals and organizations for peddling. That would demonstrate a commitment to everyone regardless of race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, identity, etc., in our DCSD community. You chose not to. Last week, I emailed again out of disappointment in your actions, or rather your lack of action in denouncing another hate group and its involvement with our district. After FAIR and FEC United called on its supporters to attend the Equity Advisory Council meeting last week because they claimed that council members believed the school district was trying to inject social justice ideology into our schools. Again, thank you for providing the extra security, but
Thank you, Ms. Watkins.
Sorry.
Luke Johnson, Patty Anderson, and then we will transition to online. The first online speaker will be Tiffany Baker. Mr. Johnson.
Good evening, board directors. Good evening, Superintendent Kane. And good evening, everyone else here in attendance tonight. I wish to speak tonight about what I witnessed at the Equity Advisory Committee meeting last week. I have attended several EAC meetings in the past year. I attended this recent meeting not because of any call to action that went out, but because I hadn't been to one in a while. I'm here to report that what I witnessed at the meeting was highly disturbing. The first disturbing thing is that no audience members were able to hear a single word or topic discussed by the committee members during the meeting. Audience members could hear Mr. Reynolds and a couple others who spoke at the lectern, which had a microphone, but the vast majority of that meeting was conducted away from the one microphone in the room. There were 30 to 40 attendees from the public at the meeting. The vast majority of them involved and concerned parents, not extremists. For a public meeting, very little of it was conducted within earshot of the audience. The equity committee members were seated on one end of a long room. Audience members, again, mostly Douglas County parents, were on the other end and physically separated by a rope. The end result is that this was a meeting that for all intents and purposes was conducted in darkness. It is highly disrespectful to the public, to the parents who take the time out of their schedule to attend, to then have to sit there for 2 hours having no clue what is being discussed. That violates the spirit of the public meeting and is unacceptable. In addition, no public comment was allowed. Attendees were told when they entered the room that there would be no public comment, but that a question and answer period would happen at the end of the meeting. There was also no Q&A. I strongly recommend to the full board and to Superintendent Kane to rein this equity committee in, and that future meetings be live streamed and public comment allowed. Furthermore, I recommend that either a traveling microphone be passed around by the committee members or that each committee member be provided a microphone. The public has a right to know everything that is discussed at these meetings. Sorry if you feel intimidated. It's our right. Second thing that disturbed me and what I really wish to bring to light here is the atrocious conduct of the media that was present at the meeting. I was absolutely appalled by the behavior of the so-called media that was in attendance. A more accurate description of the three who were there and their entourages would be ideologue or community activist. To the members of the public in attendance at that meeting, it was apparent to most that the media was trying to intimidate parents. This type of behavior is unacceptable.
15 seconds remaining.
By the parents of Douglas County. I ask this board to address these issues and concerns, rein in this committee, or we will be back here talking about all the other ridiculous things that happen at this committee and these meetings. Thank you very much. And Merry Christmas to all.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Patty Anderson will be our last live speaker, followed by Tiffany Baker online, followed by Kelly Dixon. Ms. Anderson.
Good evening, Board of Directors. First of all, I have to do a further shout out to our esports program, particularly Ponderosa High School, because they started in January and they actually placed in the top 5 in numerous sports. So I have to give a shout out to my Ponderosa esports team. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Patty Anderson, and I'm the mother of 3 kids in DCSD neighborhood schools. In fact, I am here to continue the earlier celebration of Northeast Elementary. I no longer have kids there, but I did spend 7 long years there with my 3 kids. Kara Tiedemann came to Northeast when my oldest was in 4th grade. From the moment she walked into the school, I knew she was going to do amazing things. As a member of the School Accountability Committee when I was there, she started focusing on improving the school from her very first day. My kids, now in 10th, 7th, and 6th grade, each are thriving in their own right. I truly feel that is a direct response of the PLC focus at Northeast over the last few years. I'm so happy that other schools are starting to look at Northeast to replicate this model there. The growth and achievement of the students at Northeast proves the commitment and success of the professional learning, of successful professional learning communities. I am so proud of all the professionals at Northeast that have helped not only my children grow exponentially, but every child that walks through those doors. Northeast, although small, and we are mighty. The entire Ponderosa community of excellence, although small, we believe and practice every student, every family, every day. One aspect I see in our Ponderosa community is our adults act as role models for our students. Every staff member in the buildings I have been in treat each other and students with respect. They model that you don't have to agree to be respectful. You don't have to like everyone or everyone's opinion. However, always show respect to one another. With the negativity I have seen during board meetings and on social media, I just hope and urge our community to learn a lesson from what is taught to our students from pre-K through high school graduation and beyond. Treat others the way you want to be treated. Be kind and be respectful.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Mr. Blair, do we have Ms. Baker online?
We do, sir.
Okay, it'll be Tiffany Baker, followed by Kelly Dixon, followed by Ursula Keikos. Ms. Baker, can you hear us?
Regarding the study action items for the MLO and bond, there is still an open campaign finance complaint filed against the Issues Committee, Invest in DCSD, being reviewed by the Secretary of State's office for potential violations of Colorado campaign finance laws. The Secretary of State's office also initially determined that one or more of the violations may be curable. When interviewed by local media, a co-chair of Invest in DCSD said, "We are working closely with the Secretary of State and have been told it is unlikely and a violation has occurred." This is not factual. The co-chair and I both received an email from the Secretary of State's office which said, "This email serves as notice that the Elections Division has completed its initial review of the above referenced matter and made an initial determination that a complainant identified one or more potential violations of Colorado campaign finance laws and that one or more of the alleged violations may be curable." In my opinion, the best case scenario would be for Invest in DCSD to clean up their mess and follow campaign finance rules if your board plans to put 5A and 5B back on the ballot in 2023. More information on this campaign finance complaint against Invest in DCSD was reported by Newsbreak, Colorado Community Media, and Colorado Public Radio. On a separate topic, Colorado Times Recorder has shared some recent articles which covers our superintendents and partisan conservative school board directors' connections with far-right groups that include homophobic and transphobic messaging in their fear-mongering campaigns, FAIR and FEC United. Superintendent Kane accepted a champion award from the far-right Colorado Parents Advocacy Group alongside leaders from these potentially politically controversial groups, which is especially concerning considering one of these groups, FAIR, helped draft the resolution to reopen discussions on the existing DCSD education equity policy. Additionally, the superintendent elected to put FAIR statewide coordinator on the district's equity advisory committee. My hope is that our superintendent and school board directors involved formally discontinue our affiliations with political outside interest groups while representing our school district in consideration for all our students and staff members, including the LGBTQ community. The rhetoric coming from these extremist groups and their members' public comments in school board meetings could be the cause of future mass shootings. DCSD should continue offering clubs and curriculum that support diversity and inclusion like GSA, No Place for Hate, and social emotional learning. Not acknowledging diversity in public school settings can make it easier for parents to indoctrinate their kids with hate, white nationalism against marginalized groups. We likely all agree that DCSD should continue to promote critical thinking for our students. This goes beyond core academics of reading, writing, and math. Parents' rights exist, but teachers have not had a seat at the table in DCSD for 10 years now. And this board should re-implement a collective bargaining agreement. Increasing teachers' pay is just one part of how our district can compete with neighboring districts. Re-implement that CBA. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Next will be Kelly Dixon, Ursula Caicos, followed by Robert Marshall. Is Ms. Dixon online?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Good evening. I am a DCSD parent. I first want to say that I think the free lunch program is going to be amazing, and I really look forward to that being implemented in the district. Secondly, I'm speaking tonight about the recent Equity Advisory Council meeting. This was the most highly attended one I've been to, at least in the public section, largely due to the call put out by FEC United for folks to attend to watch for so-called social justice in our district. What they instead saw was PowerPoint presentations and small group brainstorming with sticky notes, clearly the backbone of all leftist conspiracies. As expected, members of the United American Defense Force militia arm of FEC United showed up. After arriving in Antifa apparel, they talked amongst themselves for the entire meeting on a wide variety of topics, using homophobic slurs and espousing rhetoric that you could easily imagine being tweeted by Marjorie Taylor Greene. This was until they got bored and started disparaging the council and eventually started leaving early. My point here isn't to just complain about people who clearly have views different from mine. We need diversity of thought in our country, to the previous comments of the board president. People who disagree cannot work for each other's mutual destruction. But also, there are always time, place, and manner restrictions on the rights afforded to us in the Constitution. Again, my point isn't to complain about these people. My point is that these people were called to attend a school district event with students present with the intent to intimidate and deter the council from doing its board and superintendent directed business. I did see security officers present, but the 2 times the UADF folks were disruptive to the meeting, including a heated confrontation with the press mentioned earlier, the security did nothing. So you check the box of more security without anyone actually feeling safer. The board and the superintendent must denounce any attempts to intimidate and deter students, staff, and volunteers from conducting district business, especially when that business is dependent on hearing the voices of marginalized folks in our community. The superintendent intends to survey the community about the implementation of the equity policy. How can anyone that we actually need to hear from, those who experience hate crimes in our schools, for example, trust that they will be listened to? I don't want to see you protecting the rights of these people to attend meetings or use derogatory language specifically targeted towards marginalized communities. I want to see you protect the psychological and physical safety of the students, staff, and community volunteers who are giving their time to advise and recommend concrete actions to the superintendent to make our district more inclusive. My hope is that this board and district leadership can take a stand for the people who need their support to feel safe. My fear is that the loudest, most intimidating voices will win in our district yet again. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon. Next will be Ursula Caicos, Robert Marshall, followed by Amy Mariah. Ms. Caicos, are you online?
Yes, I am. Good evening.
Go ahead.
I attended the Advisory Council meeting last week. As I do most months, I'm an engaged parent who attends many meetings hosted by DCSD in order to stay up to speed on what changes are being considered so that I may weigh in on them as appropriate. I've never experienced such a hostile environment at a public meeting due to the media outlets staring people down, taking photos without their permission. I've since learned that Director Meek emailed to Superintendent Kane in which she requested extra security precautions at the EAC meeting due to several groups urging parents to attend this public meeting. Am I to infer that a sitting board member was trying to silence parents? I'm so thankful that Superintendent Kane is requesting feedback from our community on the equity policy. It's become quite apparent that some voices of only certain types of parents are welcomed by the Equity Advisory Council. And I trust that Superintendent Kane will make an honest attempt to capture the sentiments of our entire community, not just those who meet predetermined qualifications. Thank you for letting me speak this evening, and Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Ms. Caicos. Next will be Robert Marshall, and then our last speaker will be Amy Mariah. Okay, is our final speaker online?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm growing more and more concerned with the ability of the Douglas County School District to provide an adequate, free, and appropriate public education for my autistic child. He has been in the school district for 3 years, and we have heard excuse after excuse about why my child is not being provided the support he requires. This year alone, we have been told, quote, our school does not have the resources he needs to support him. And when asked for a one-to-one aid, we are told we can't even fill the open spots that we already have for EAs. My child is being sent home with leveled readers, and the school is using the DRA as part of my child's reading assessment. He continues to read at a kindergarten level in 3rd grade, yet we are not offered tutoring or additional evidence-based curriculum support. When requesting social and emotional support with peers at recess, I am told, quote, it's not an adult's responsibility to follow a child around to help him make friends, and they don't have the staff to support that need. I am also told to be grateful for the amount of support my son receives because it's, quote, more than other children get. I often hear at meetings, we are all here for your son. I would then ask you tonight, how do we stop making these adult problems my child's problem and provide him with the support and education he deserves and has a legal right to? When will we see real action and well thought out plans on how to put these children as a priority? I leave you tonight with this thought. Imagine if you brought a family member to the hospital experiencing chest pain. You would have the utmost confidence that the staff would help that person. Now imagine everyone walking by, ignoring their cries for help, ignoring the heart alarm sounding an irregular rhythm. As a nurse, I could never use the excuse of short staffing, limited resources, or outdated materials for why my patient with chest pain did not receive proper care. This situation is just as critical. I hope you decide to act quickly to save education for these students and not turn a blind eye to the crisis we are currently facing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you to all our public commenters this evening. Ms. Myers has taken notes as the secretary, and we will make sure that as appropriate, district staff follow up with all our public commenters that expressed a concern tonight. At this point, we will take a 10-minute recess. I'm looking at time 22. We will recommence the meeting at 6:32. Number 11, adoption of consent agenda. The recommendation is that the consent agenda be adopted as presented. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion by Hanson, second by Myers. We'll call the roll. Hanson?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed 7-0. Moving to the next item, which is item number 16, approval of the minutes. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approve the board minutes as presented, which is inclusive of the November 15th Board of Education meeting and the November 30th retreat. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Williams.
Second.
Second by Ray. Roll call. Hanson.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Weiniger.
Aye.
Passed 7-0. Moving into item number 17, we have the study work session portion, and the first will be a 5-minute presentation for a review of the charter renewal process, followed by a series of charter renewal presentations. Mr. Mosher.
Let me jiggle some wires. Cool. There you go, sir. Thank you. Good evening, directors, Superintendent Kane, Cabinet. Appreciate the time and the opportunity to go through the charter school renewals that you have in front of you for this year, and moving in with the consistency piece. Let's see. Thank you. The way we're going to go with this, it's all in one presentation. I'll do a brief overview here, and then I'll be turning it over to the executive director or the principal from each school, who will do their 5-minute presentation to you, followed by a 10-minute question and answer session with any questions that you may have. We've also provided you in all of the board documents the applications that were submitted, all of the attachments that went with the applications, some other pieces that you can see. We're really excited to get back to this year. This process started quite a time ago, but for the last 2 or 3 years, due to COVID, we were unable to have external third-party reviewers come in to do our site visits for an objective third-party view. And we were able to bring that process back. Those outside reviewers' reports are in your attachments that you can review and see the pieces that they observed and the work that they saw happening in our charter schools. And we just thought that was a great additional layer. We have our internal process that we go through, our internal rubrics and our internal reviews metrics, but to have an external reviewer come in and be able to see the great things that our schools are doing is always a great to hear from the outside and also present to the public. So for us, the revisions, the educational programming operational analyses, and you have that full report that we put together for you that outlines the 3 areas of focus for the Board of Education due to the Charter School Act and areas that we have as authorizers, which is governance, financial, and educational programming. So those 3 areas are our lens that we look at in the renewal process. The packet has all of those things in there. I want to first thank all of the staff members that played a great part in doing this work. In particular, my staff, Kristen Schmidt, Julie Knabb in my office that were instrumental in helping me compile all of these resources and pieces and put things together. Kristen is the one behind the scenes that really keeps everything moving and keeps me moving on the right timeline, so I really appreciate the work that they've done. Also, many directors from special education, from finance, from facilities oversight, from budget analysis. Kristen Haneke, our charter school accountant, for all the work that they've done to compile the data that goes into the final recommendation that we then take to Cabinet. Cabinet then hears the recommendation, provides feedback, and then that feedback goes as a recommendation from staff to you. So all of those things have happened to this point. I wanted to make sure I thank everybody who helped in the process. 3 schools you see here we're looking at is American Academy, Academy Charter, and Lehman Academy. This process formally starts in September with the application is formally due to the Choice Programming Office. We do that submission through Charter Tools. You have access to that PDF document of the application and all attachments on ESB. Internal, external site visits occurred in October, including an in-person security walkthrough. Director of Security, Johnny Grusing, goes to each school and goes through a consistent process to make sure that they are maintaining levels of security at or above the expectations of the district. We then take that recommendation to the superintendent's cabinet, and that recommendation is then shared out with the schools based on feedback from the superintendent. Now we are at the Board of Education renewal recommendations and presentations. That's a portion that is outlined again in charter school law that tells us the process we have to follow. You will then take action on that, on these renewals in the January board meeting. So that's my little spiel on getting things up to going. Now we'll move into the first recommendation. The recommendation of the first presentation is for American Academy. Colorado statute specifies the grounds for revoking or non-renewing a charter. As you can see here, A, B, C, and D. This is the culmination at the end of the report that you have that outlines all of the pieces we look at. If there's any major issue in these areas, that is means for a revocation or a non-renewal by a governing board. And the recommendation for staff is for a full 5-year renewal period based on no issues and a solid site visit and review. I'll turn it over to the Executive Director from American Academy, Mr. Colella.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, directors, Superintendent Kane, and cabinet and staff. It's good to see you all. Thank you very much for having us. I am Steve Colella. I'm the Executive Director of Schools for American Academy. It's my pleasure to be joined here by my partners on the executive leadership team, Tammy Bostic, our Chief Academic Officer, and Sean Milner, our CFO. I'm also really happy to have many of our board members at American Academy here in support. They are phenomenal to work with and add a lot to what we do and provide that stability and support that we need to do the jobs that we do. So I'm happy to say that you don't have to listen to me for 5 minutes. We actually have a video for you to watch. So, video's ready? Starts. And so the idea is, and it's played out in Colorado, that we want to facilitate as much good choice as possible within every school district. And again, Douglas County is replete with choice. Well, all 3 of my kids are here. So my wife and I wouldn't have made that decision had we not had a good level of comfort with the culture here. And that culture really just stems from an employee perspective, treating people really well and really fairly.
I have been a member of the American Academy Board of Directors since 2008. My first child started here in 2007.
It's a community, and so when you have kids and parents that all come together and you have such a dedicated staff and teachers who all want the same thing for the kids, it just all works.
I'm working my way into their inner circle with the kids. You know, we high five, we joke, we give knuckles, and with the staff, it's very much a family feel. You know, it's all of our goal here is to watch for their safety and their education.
I started at American Academy as a music teacher, part-time music teacher, and then progressed into full-time. In the process of doing that, I built the performing arts programming that we have currently in place after school.
What I'm most proud of American Academy for is how staff and teachers meet the children where they are. So as an example, I have 3 children, totally different kids. Once again, the staff and the teachers got to know them and learned who they were and gave them what they needed. And all 3 thrived, and the school was the perfect place for all 3 of them.
For kids, it's making sure that we grow each and every one of them. Wherever they start out, we want to make sure we move the ball for them. Really in all aspects, social, emotionally, academically, could be athletically, whatever they choose. We want to make sure our kids are stretched in a really healthy way to make sure that they're growing day to day and year to year.
Teaching at American Academy is literally a second passion for me. Being in this building is making connections and being with my favorite people in the world and working with my best friends, and it's just joy for me.
What I've observed at American Academy is just a most wonderful community of educators, staff, administration. We have loved the ability grouping that American Academy does for students. And so at every juncture, we really just trust and love that our children are being evaluated and met with what they need to grow, both academically and socially here.
Both me and my husband have loved American Academy, and we have grown to love it over the past 8 years. We've had interactions with multiple teachers, faculty members, dean, principal, and especially the front office. And we have always been felt very welcome, very warm.
The students have a unique opportunity, especially with my classes, to get to know them on a very personal level. That's probably the highlight of my day, when I see the light bulb come on and when I see them get a concept that they've worked really hard on or that we've worked on in class, and I see that applied. To be able to see the interaction and the growth from kindergarten through 8th grade is just absolutely wonderful. I'm able to be in the classrooms, I'm able to be a part of the events that we hold, and just seeing the growth that the kids have as they develop their engineering and teamwork skills is wonderful.
You see this unique side of kids that academically they may be in one place, but when they come to STEM, it's like all bets are off and kids have this amazing opportunity to show what they learn and know and understand without some of those barriers that they may experience with reading and writing.
We met in a little shopping center in which the music room, the art room, the cafeteria, and the library all shared a large sort of warehouse space. So very humble beginnings.
We have great people here, a great team here. It's sort of like, I don't want to be cliche, but it's truly like standing on the shoulders of giants. But building on the phenomenal, highly effective, kid-driven work that's been done over the last 15 years is truly an honor and a privilege. And I get to work with 300 phenomenal people and 2,700 just fantastic families. Happy to take your questions.
Directors, any questions for Mr. Colella and staff? Hearing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And our next presentation will be Academy Charter School. Sorry, Director Ray actually had a list of questions that I missed, so thought we were there.
There was so much wait time that I
Ms. McMillan,
didn't take
we'll get to
advantage
you
of
shortly.
it.
Go ahead, Director Ray.
Well, first of all, just what a beautiful video. Love seeing kids, teachers, parents, and truly the culture. You know, really does show a rich culture at your 3 campuses. So congratulations. First of all, I just wanted to say that. Some of the questions I have, certainly one of the lenses that I put on is the whole notion of educational equity. You know, I know that you were one of 2 schools that requested a waiver to our educational equity policy. And so I'm going to be a little more focused on that just because I need to understand kind of how you're addressing that and specifically how you're reflecting on some of the data points that you gave us. And that's what I love about this process. I wish every school could go through this because there's just a lot of self-reflection that a school does, self-reflection in terms of everyone involved in that school. And so I just want to ask some questions that maybe you can provide me some self-reflections.
Sure.
So when we look at representation of students, certainly we see that American Academy has far less representation of students on free and reduced lunches. We see a far less representation compared to the district averages in special education, far less representation with students that need English language development instruction. So I'm just curious, when you reflect on that discrepancy where it's very different than district average, just give me some insights and thoughts, because to me that's the heart of equity, is making sure that all our schools are accessible to all kids. And I'm just curious your thoughts about that.
Sure. The policy, the waiver, and the policy that we got approved last year very much contemplates, and you heard in the videos, that we take every kid where they are and we move them forward in a variety of areas, whether it be athletically, whether it be academically, social, emotionally, and on down the line. Frankly, I don't know of a better equity policy and practice than that. In terms of the demographic pieces you were talking about, I'll try to take each one by one. In terms of special education, we are at about now 7%, which actually is an uptick over the last couple of years. I will say that we are the only charter school, or perhaps one of the first charter schools, or the first charter school, to begin a formal SPED program in preschool. We now have about 20 kids on IEPs within preschool. We have, again, that formal program. We have staff for that. We love those kids. And again, we move the ball for those kids. We anticipate as we continue to do that, our SPED specific numbers will continue to uptick throughout our buildings, and that's just phenomenal. I'll also say in terms of SPED, we, like every other charter school, help to pay for services that the district provides for kids with severe needs. And so we absolutely contribute to that as well. And we have on our website, and one of the things we've talked about and have actually done, we've put on the front and center on our website really showcased our student support services team, and SPED is part of that, so that any parent who comes looking for American Academy can see that front and center. I will tell you as well, during or at our prospective parent meetings, we've got 60, 70 parents coming to those every time we hold them. We have a slide and a half on on special needs, and that we serve kids with mild, moderate needs. And so we are certainly getting the word out there. We run a lottery that is a lottery. And we take all comers and all families who want in on American Academy. And so again, we expect that those numbers to uptick in the next few years. As far as the ELL, we're at about 8.5%. GT, we're at about 8.5%. And so again, we run a lottery, and we make sure and clear to everyone that we service and work with kids with a variety of needs. And I have to say, shout out to our special student services department. They do phenomenal work. We are, like all of you, like the district is, understaffed, and they just do phenomenal work for our kids. And I think at minimum the word has gotten out and will continue to get out, and we look forward to that.
Just follow up. Just make sure I'm understanding correctly. You said ELL, you were at 8.5%, Mr. Colella?
Those are the numbers I looked at this morning.
Okay.
So that might be an uptick relative to what we reported earlier in the year.
Yeah, because the application was like 1.62%.
Okay.
Was what was in the application, so I was just curious.
That's fair.
But also, just to follow up with our students that need English language development instruction, I know in the site review, there was a concern questioning about whether or not there's enough support for our students, and even a recommendation to ensure that there's a teacher on each campus as opposed to just one teacher trying to cover each campus. Any changes in that kind of staffing for support for those students?
So we do have the one teacher who goes across the 3 campuses, but that teacher has help at each campus as well. And to your point, Director Ray, we are always looking to beef up our staff where we need to, and that is certainly one area where we could probably use some more help. And as you know, those folks are hard to find.
Right.
Yeah.
Very good. I won't keep going. I have more questions, but I know we're down to 10 minutes, and
sure.
I don't want to keep you in the hot box for now. But you're doing a great job.
Either
Thank
way,
you for the responses.
either
I
way.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Any other directors while we have Mr. Colella? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up will be Academy Charter School with their renewal presentation.
Thank you again. I won't go back and do the whole deal a minute. Everything was the same. External review, internal review, money departmental reviews, all looking through the lens of, again, governance, educational programming, and finance. And the team put together recommendations that were pushed forward. Recommendation for Academy Charter School is to, again, be renewed for a term of 5 years. That's a staff recommendation we're presenting to you this evening. I'll turn it over to Principal McMillan.
Good evening, directors and Superintendent Kane. My name is Erin McMillan, and I am the principal of Academy Charter School. Thank you for this opportunity tonight to present to you our 6th request for a charter renewal. This is our 7th time asking Douglas County School District for a charter, and we are pleased to be here, and we value our relationship with Douglas County School District as our authorizer. I'm honored to stand here tonight alongside fellow charter leaders from American Academy and Lehman Academy. Academy Charter is surrounded by excellent neighborhood schools and charter schools, and we are proud to be a part of this educational community together. First, we will hear from our students in a short video, followed by a member of our ACS staff and our governing board member.
I am an eagle and I am a reader and a writer. I can learn from experiences written by others. I can tell the story of my life and entertain others with my writing.
I am an eagle and I am a mathematician.
I'm a mathematician and I will continue to learn with number, shape, size, logic, and probability.
I am an eagle and I am a scientist. I am a scientist and I've been taught to explore, analyze, and question things around me. I am an eagle and I am a friend.
I'm a friend because I'm surrounded by friends.
I'm an eagle and I speak Spanish.
I learned a second language to enrich my communication and knowledge of other cultures.
I'm an eagle and I'm a helper. I'm a helper because I care for others around me. I am a leader and I am an artist. I am an artist because I have been taught to observe and appreciate the beauty around me.
I am an eagle and I'm an athlete. I'm an athlete and I will use my team skills to work with others in my entire life.
I am an eagle and I'm a musician. I will continue to play and appreciate beautiful music because music is a lifetime gift. I am an eagle and I am Mormon. I am Mormon because knowledge is power.
I am an eagle. I am an eagle. I am an
eagle. Good evening, directors and Superintendent Kane. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. My name is Katie DeMaria, and I have been an Academy Charter School parent since 2013. As a parent, I was drawn to Academy Charter School's focus on academic rigor, character education, and community impact, as well as its rich history as the first and longest standing charter school in the state of Colorado.
As students, each of my 3 children have thrived during their time at ACS, all while having very different learning styles and abilities. In addition to my role as parent and champion of our school, I'm also the school's business manager. In each of my roles, I see the impact that our school has on my children, the children of others, and in the lives of those who work at ACS. We are a family, and I firmly believe that our strong history of academic excellence, whole child development, and financial soundness position us to continue our success well into the future of this renewal and beyond. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mike Slattery. I'm the father of 4 girls, 3 of which attend Academy Charter. The 4th will start kindergarten in 2 years. I also serve on the board of ACS. As a board member, I'm proud to serve this school. Academy Charter is the first charter granted in the state of Colorado. We honor our legacy by continuing to operate our school with a focus on our founding principles of academic rigor, student growth, and achievement, while making a positive contribution to our community. As a parent, what appealed to us about Academy was its long-established positive reputation among parents in Douglas County. We were also drawn to it being a K-8 school that offers the core knowledge curriculum, character education programs, and has rigorous academics. Core knowledge is very effective in teaching our kids who have different personalities and abilities. Academy's whole child approach is evident in who our children are as people. They're courteous, confident, and well-educated. Our children thrive at ACS. Our friends and fellow parents would agree. We feel lucky to have found Academy Charter. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'm open to questions.
Directors, any questions for Ms. McMillan and staff? Go.
First of all, congratulations for almost 30 years of serving kids. I mean, that's incredible. So I want to just say that, first of all. I enjoyed your site visit review, and the person said, without exception, students were engaged in their learning. What a huge accomplishment to have a person walk in and no matter where they go, see learners engaged. So just wanted to again, congratulate you, your staff, your community for really putting on a great school. My question is going to be similar to the prior charter school, and that is just, again, if you could do some reflection with me regarding, again, some of the demographics that we see. Again, very similar where, and these are the stats that I have, that at your school only 5.43% of the students are eligible for free and reduced lunch compared to the district, which is more like 12%. Special education is like 3% compared to more like 11% in the district. English language learners, 3% compared to an average of 6-7% in the district. Talk to me a little bit about that, especially being a veteran charter school. What have been your thoughts about how do we make that as accessible for those students as any other students?
Sure. So our students are ours for 9 years, so we are able to establish a relationship with parents. And it's come to our attention over the time that that is a constant cycle of educating. Just because some people know doesn't mean they always know. So we've, under my tenure, have made a concerted effort as far as it goes with free and reduced lunch to utilize the partnership with Douglas County Nutrition Services, because that intergovernment agreement, if you will, the two agencies working together at the same location makes it easier for parents to access that information, and then also enroll at the same time. Say they do express check-in, they go in to pay their fees to be deducted from their lunch every day. So coordinating of those services with the district, we find, has been helpful. We also find that educating our parents about the options of free and reduced lunch, not just about free lunch, but the other program benefits that go along with that, is something that is ongoing in our business manager's office. Mrs. DeMaria has made a concerted effort to offer to parents where she sees their ability to maybe optimize the program as circumstances allow her to offer that to parents. So educating parents, we're finding, is allowing those numbers to increase. And so keeping that as a top priority as new families join us either in kindergarten or throughout their time in further along grade, will allow them to access those things that maybe they don't know are at a charter school. Sometimes the community mindset might have taught them differently, and we need to re-educate them. So keeping that as a forefront and offering the opportunities of what we think might be a benefit to their families has been beneficial to us. It's a non-threatening way, it's a non-public way, it's a tender subject, and it has to be handled with some discretion. So we take care of that in a private manner with our business manager, and she utilizes her time with our parents when it comes to those options. As far as special education, those numbers fluctuate. Children join IEPs and students exit IEPs, so those numbers are fluid. However, we agree that there is a disconnect between that. We are halfway through a probably 3-year process of we've asked an outside agency to come in and do a special education enrollment review of our published materials, of our website, talking to our parents, what are their perceptions and knowledge about their access to special education, as well as what do our teachers and staff know about that, and where are the opportunities to inform our staff to put children on the pathway to an eligibility determination, or to provide MTSS services. Are they accessing READ plans, their ELD plans, and so on. Part of that includes making sure that our language is inclusive, and then offering suggestions to us to change that language as it pertains to our enrollment process, as well as reviewing our enrollment requirements. So once students are ours, we do fulfill our obligation of child find, and we collaborate with Douglas County School District Special Education Department in order to do that. But we want to make sure that parents coming to us, maybe not in kindergarten, know that while the lottery does affect that, because we can't ask that question, and that is not pertaining to their enrollment. We don't decline enrollment based off of that because we don't ask enrollment. So as we go down the lottery, we are somewhat at the mercy of who is applying and who is up next. But once they are our students, following our obligation of child find is very important to us, as well as making sure that we message to our parents, both who are our parents and prospective parents, that there is an opportunity for them, and we have the special education department and the staffing at our school to be able to support those students. The other part of that review that is very important to us is that as we make those changes, they are there to help us with scalability. So as the need of students come to us, we can fulfill them with programming and with staffing. And so taking that approach, like I said, we're about 1.5 years into that, has been very important to us to not only make sure our staff is fortified to do that, but also making sure that our parents know how to access that, and that in no way are they a burden or a problem to us. We expect that to be a part of a healthy educational community to address the needs of all learners.
And that's something that's really difficult. I know the group of us, or a large number of us, went to the CASB conference the other week, the Colorado Association of School Boards. And one of these sessions I was able to attend, it was around special needs and charters. And, you know, there's this perception of a misbalance, and sometimes it's accurate, sometimes it's not. But the difficult part is you're legally unable to ask families when they enter the lottery, what is the special needs status of your student? In fact, you know, it's illegal. So it becomes difficult to try to target a balanced population there. But the question I have for you uniquely, as the oldest charter in the state, and you've been through this process a couple times, one of the other things that came up at the conference, I was amazed to hear that some charters schools around Colorado were given like 20-year plus renewals. Probably a little long, in my opinion, as one director, but as the oldest chartered school in the state, what is your opinion about Douglas County's periodicity to help inform the board and Mr. Mosher and the other folks that work on that? Are you happy with 5 years? Do you think it should be more often? Or just any comments that you would have around the renewal process itself?
Sure. So we will take any opportunity that we can to come in a public forum and brag about our school and tell you all the good work that we're doing, and also express our gratitude for being a part of this community. But I do think that there is some merit. The monthly, yearly, quarterly reports that we have to supply to the district throughout our 5-year renewal trigger certain permissions to happen throughout that time period, and also trigger corrections that need to be happened. That it's not just a once every 5 years are you talking to charter schools, and it's not once every 5 years that we as a school are talking to the district. Our English language development teachers, our read teachers, our special education teachers, our business manager, our registrar, we are in contact with Douglas County School District every day. And so I do think that there is room for longer renewal processes once certain metrics have been met. But like I said, I will never say no to an opportunity to brag about our school or to express our gratitude to be along to this community.
Other directors, questions?
One quickie.
Director Ray?
Just one quick question. I didn't see staff survey results as part of your attachments, and I'm sure you do it. Was that just me not seeing where the attachment landed, or do you do staff surveys?
We do staff surveys, yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure where the communication from Gordon to me to you, but we can provide that information if it's been lost in the translation of this whole process.
Super, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. McMillan.
Thank you.
And then we'll bring Mr. Mosher back up, followed by the team from Lehman Classical Academy.
Thank you. Again, following the same process, the same procedures and review, the team made the recommendation to Cabinet. Cabinet then is making a recommendation to you as a staff. The recommendation for Lehman Academy of Excellence, also Lehman Classical Academy, AKA, same thing goes back and forth in our paperwork for a renewal term of 5 years. And again, that, the question is justify what we have right now. The current process that we have, the policies we have in place is 0 and 5, right? That's kind of where we're at with those is as a suggestion for staff recommendations. So that's what the recommendations are. Either you meet the metrics or you don't. And that's the way we're approaching it right now. Always open to discussion. But based on Colorado statute, no issues from the team, and again, a full 5-year renewal period.
Well, good evening, directors, Superintendent Kane, cabinet and staff and community. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share on behalf of Lehman Academy of Excellence in South Parker. My name is Jason Edwards, and it's my joy to serve as the principal of Lehman Academy since we opened. And I have here with me 2 bodyguards, Levi and Gibson, and you'll get to hear from them in just a moment. So I know you've reviewed a lot of materials, and I don't mean to repeat that. I do appreciate the opportunity as well just to share my gratitude and some of the unique features of this wonderful option for families in Douglas County. And even before I speak of Lehman Academy, I do feel like Steve Colella used the phrase, standing on the shoulders of giants. I do feel that within Douglas County, especially standing here with American Academy and Academy Charter. Lehman Academy we're in our 5th year, and I'm hoping it could be 30 very soon. But it's our first opportunity to request a renewal. It's a wonderful school district, and even the process that began with Danny Windsor and others over the years with Kristen and Gordon, truly great reflection, as you mentioned, Director Ray. So Lehman Academy, our mission is that we do offer all scholars a rigorous classical education. And I highlight those words because I just want to be able to explain what they mean a bit. By rigorous and classical, we explain to families how classical is both a curriculum and an approach that have stood the test of time. And it's rigorous because it's going to provide the tracks, like a train track, on which our scholars can truly excel. So in our program, history serves as the skeleton, and we can talk about the skeletal structure. You don't want that to be flimsy. You want that to be solid. And so within that historical framework, you're going to have literature and poetry and art and music, all the other disciplines wrapping around, fleshing it out, and making it beautiful. So for an entire school period, the scholars will live in that time period of history. That's what we mean. Within this approach, we also invite parents who will choose to support in such an education, that commitment to pursue excellence. We seek to have clarity on what we believe is good for all of our scholars and to be aligned with supportive parents who desire a classical education for them. When there's no alignment between home and school, it's very hard for children to get traction. And so that's our goal. These will always be the children of parents who enroll them. And that's always going to be the most important relationship in their life is with their parent. So as a school, it's our opportunity to lay out a banquet feast and then invite them to enjoy and to grow as they learn. Our environment should be both challenging and encouraging. So it'll be that balance of high expectations, but also high support to get you there. And we equip our scholars with the ability to think independently and critically so that they grow in virtue and in wisdom. So the end goal of our program is scholars that are moving toward greater wisdom, greater virtue, and that they'll continue on that path for life. So I wanted to just, without putting these two young men on a public quiz in front of all of Douglas County, I did want them to be able to just share with you one of the famous poems, a recitation that they memorized, and all of our fourth graders memorized in fourth grade. And it's around the time, do you guys remember when you're studying about the causes that led to the American Civil War in the modern era, and then the assassination of the president, and then how the war comes to an end? And so would you guys like to share for us maybe one stanza from that recitation? All right, thank you. I think you can just speak from there and it'll pick it up.
Oh, Captain, my Captain, by Walt Whitman. Oh, Captain, my Captain, our fearful trip is done. The ship is weathered, every rack the prize we sought is won. The port is near, the bells I hear, the people all exulting, while follow eyes and steady keels, the vessel grim and daring. But oh, heart, 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 oh, the bleeding drops of red, while on the deck my Captain lies, fallen cold and dead.
And again, I don't want to put them on the spot, but if you catch any one of our scholars who've been through fourth grade and catch them at recess, they can tell you what this is a metaphor about. And so I would like to just give the remainder of our time to Levi to speak on behalf of Lehman Academy.
Hello, I am Levi Mann, a fellow scholar at Lehman Academy of Excellence. I think every school should show virtues and values. Lehman shows excellence, not perfection. If you don't have virtues and values, you should mentally and physically set better goals to strive for excellence. Lehman is a great school. Many others and I love this school and want to see more schools like this in America. Virtues like cleanliness are a team effort. If we all set our minds to it, we as a team can do anything. Almost anything. A school is like a team. They work together to accomplish goals. So I hope you choose to keep Lehman. Thank you.
And I'm open to any questions you have.
Okay, any questions for Dr. Edwards? No quizzing of the children, so.
I promise.
If I can maybe get a little bit in front of Director Ray, there's some different demographics for this school, specifically the number of students in special education and number of students on 504 are just right there with the rest of the district averages. Given the constraints that I mentioned previously of not being able to pre-screen families, what seems to be the secret sauce over at Lehman Classical Academy to get those numbers on par with the district averages?
Well, I think that's a great question, and really, I don't have an answer except to say that our staff show incredible care and have truly serviced these scholars and families really well within the constraints of our program. So it's just really a shout out to those wonderful teachers.
Other directors?
He did steal my thunder because I wanted to celebrate your demographics, because exactly as Director Peterson said, it's very impressive to see that your representation at your charter school is similar to our district average. And so whatever the secret sauce is, I keep it up. A couple of other areas, of course, free and reduced lunch is still discrepant and compared to district average, as well as our English language learners. And just wanted to give you an opportunity to kind of react to those demographics in terms of what your thoughts are regarding how to make Lehman more accessible for students that maybe fall into those needs.
Mm-hmm. No, that's an important question. And as my charter leader colleagues have responded, I think there are several things we are reflecting on and seeking to improve. A couple that come to mind, we just this year have opted to use the open enrollment tool through Douglas County because perhaps many families that are new to the area or perhaps just don't know their options, that's their starting point. And so just this month, they've been able to select Lehman Academy on DCSD's open enrollment tool. So we might need another 5 more years to, to determine which of these variables is driving a change perhaps. I think for Lehman Academy in particular, it's, the piece of property that this campus was able to get on is very far south, and it's still an area that is yet to develop. That could be another factor. We have invested along with our PTO about $70,000 to get all the mechanical and equipment needed to have the DCSD nutrition services, which will begin in January. So that's been going on as well. And on top of that, we have used rideshare options where families can opt in, and I know many have taken advantage of that. And just maybe perhaps beyond that, internally, those who are interested in Lehman Academy, we recognize some feedback we've received is that our website could be more user-friendly and more perhaps accessible and approachable. And so we are currently redoing much on our website and moving to a different server that will be providing those, perhaps more clear marketing as well.
Just to follow up with that, if I may, I guess a couple things I want to say. One is I'm so pleased that we're actually looking at your renewal before your replication contract. I had advocated that from the get-go, and to me, what I see happening, Dr. Edwards, is I see you doing just like what you just told us, is you reflect and you improve. And one thing I want to just celebrate is I know that your site review really was pleased with the additional staffing that you put in place for our English language learners. And I know I called that out as a concern back with the replication, but I just wanted to acknowledge that that really is the spirit of, I believe, the culture and the leadership at Lehman is that when we have this opportunity to interact and reflect, that you look for ways to improve it. So thank you for that.
Yes, No, just thank you for recognizing that.
You bet. My other questions really are, one of the other areas where you're unique, your school is unique, is that you have a management or a management operation or I'm saying it wrong, management organization that manages your school. I think you're only one of, I think we have 2 schools in our district that operates under a CMO where you contract with someone else to do a lot of the operations for the school. And I've been trying to really wrap my head around the history of that, because I know when we approved your charter back in 2016, there wasn't that, then there was, and then there was a change to a different one. So I wanted to kind of have you help me understand that process. Because from what I understood, the evolution is that after you opened, then you contracted with Lehman for as an EMO, who was a nonprofit corporation, and now you have changed to contracting with Faustus, which is a for-profit organization. So if you could just kind of give us a quick understanding of how that evolved and why we're using that as opposed to maintaining autonomy in Colorado. Because I think the other thing that I certainly heard from your review is your staff sometimes feels like that there's kind of this pause that has to occur to get Arizona to approve maybe some decisions before they can move forward. So I'm just trying to get my head wrapped around this because it's a very unique thing that not, like I said, only one other charter in our district uses. So could you just kind of give me some thoughts about that?
No, I think it's a great question because while I probably won't provide all the details that you're seeking, I think it's an important dialogue. So very open to that. What I can clarify is that the governing board of Lehman Academy right here in Parker, where I work, it has full autonomy, and it does have the ability to negotiate purchase services on an annual basis. And so I know some of these changes you're referring to, I'm not sure that that's the history, but I'd be happy perhaps to be more prepared for those questions and continue that dialogue. That was my first response, just the autonomy of the local charter school.
So if the CMO were to go away, your school could still operate?
Well, yes, and every year, our local board has to make the decision that's best for the campus. Oh, I remember the second part, you just were asking about maybe delays, the perception of staff that there are some delays. You know, I think it's probably understandable from a staff perspective, regardless of which office is making a certain decision, but when it comes to things like HR or, you know, purchase services or, you know, kind of the business office or those side of things, I think no matter what school you're working in, there will be some wait time. It's checking with, you know, insurance or, you know, other resources that are having to weigh in on some of those questions. So I don't know what the particular holdup was in that case, but my experience is it's been very normal operations that you would find at, you know, at any school, even within Douglas County. There's just different departments that work together, and I think our numbers and our budget and the, you know, just the overall well-rounded performance, smooth operation of the school shows that it's working very well with this arrangement.
Because really your original contract was like $100 per student with Lehman, and then now it's like 10% of your PPR, which is more like over $1,000 per student that you're paying Faustus to help operate your school. So that was why I just kind of, and I know this is probably not the time for us to engage, and maybe you and I can have some more time to do that to help me understand, but it's such a unique piece that our charter, I'm so used to our charters being homegrown, you know, and so to have a charter that is Arizona-based and then a CMO that's out of Delaware, to me seems like it's contradictory to this notion of a homegrown charter school. So I'm just trying to really get my head around that to understand that, but maybe another time, because I know we're at the maximum time of questions. So, but thank you for your candid responses.
You're welcome.
Yeah, one thing, and I'm not looking for a response now, but you mentioned ride sharing, and one of the big catalysts to choice is being able to not just have a school that's a match for your child, but being able to get the child to the school and from the school. Yeah. So not looking for a response now, but I'd love to hear later or offline how you work the ride sharing, what the benefits are, what you think, how you think that may have enabled choice for Lehman, and if appropriate, bring it to the superintendent or maybe Mr. Mosher for consideration by our other schools, because as folks know, once you pick the charter public option, you lose that district provider transportation. So if there's something that Lehman's doing that's a best practice, I'd love to get that shared throughout the district so we can just broaden those choices to make sure that our parents and our students are matching with the great schools we have in Douglas County. Any final comments or questions of, did you have one more, Director?
Just a minor question, and this might be for Mr. Marsh. So the renewal application that is attached, the cover page has kind of two things. It has charter replication plan, and it has charter renewal application, as if they're one and the same. And so I just trying to understand our attachments. Is there a separate renewal application that's different than the replication plan that they submitted earlier?
Yes, there are different aspects. There are two different things. The replication application is different than a renewal application, but there are many, many similarities in those, and that just may be something on our end that we have that mixed.
On the cover page, I can show you, it has both. Totally. And so it just really kind of threw me off as far as which is which, or is it one and the same? So,
no, definitely there was a full, with the replication application, that is much more exhaustive. The piece that we went through last spring, that's much more exhaustive than the renewal.
Very good. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Edwards, and thank you, Mr. Mosher. At this point, we'll move on to item number 21, which is the first of our study action items, and this will be the Hope Online Priority Improvement Plan. As I mentioned earlier during public comment, this will meet the CRS 2232-142 2C requirements for a public hearing. We will have a 15-minute presentation followed by a 10-minute Q&A. Go ahead, Mr. Reynolds.
Good evening. Thank you very much. To get us started, I want to provide a little context before we hear from Hope Online. The first thing I just want to provide context is why we're here. So back in 2009, the Educational Accountability Act provides an overall framework for the state and how they view schools. And more specifically, within that act, they talk about the review of performance of public schools. and the issuance of an annual report, which we call a school performance framework. And in addition to that, in addition to providing that framework, they also provide a recommendation to the state board about possible actions based on those ratings. Those ratings are a result of some performance indicators. You all have probably seen this slide before, but it's just a good reminder of what goes into that. The performance framework is captured in 3 broad areas. You've got academic achievement, academic growth, and you also have post-secondary workforce readiness for our high schools. The state identifies these metrics, and they combine these metrics to create like an overall score. In some states, it's referred to as a report card. In Colorado, it's a school performance framework. The assessment data that's used in order to create these performance frameworks are in academic achievement. It's results based on our CMAS testing for English language arts, math, and science. And then for our high schools, we have the College Board suite of assessments of PSAT, both for our 9th and 10th graders. Academic growth is a year-over-year comparison of student data for students that have consistent data present for both English language arts and math, as well as PSAT to SAT in the high school. Post-secondary workforce readiness really is exclusively to high school. It combines a number of metrics, including SAT, dropout, graduation, and matriculation rates. Those metrics come together and they culminate in an overall percentage score. And those percentage scores are broken down into various plan types, starting at the very top, which is a performance plan type. That's the highest you can go, all the way down to a turnaround plan type. The top 2 colors of green and yellow don't require any additional intervention on the state's or district's point of view. If you are in the orange and red category, additional steps kick in, and there are additional actions, which part of that is tonight. You're going to see that HOPE is in this orange category, which necessitates additional work and additional steps, including a formal adoption of their plan. This is very unique to this year. This year, in issuing the school performance plans, these performance plans are called transitional plans because we had a pause in accountability. We're just now getting restarted in the actual action of issuing school performance frameworks. There are some data components that are missing this year because we don't have a full complement of growth. So in this year, acknowledging the uniqueness of this year, they've added this year 0 as a restart for those schools that are identified this year because of the transitional nature of our accountability system. A few things of note, the general unified improvement requirements hold, but there are some additional planning requirements that have to go into play. Those are embedded within the plan itself. An additional parent notification and public hearing, which the public hearing is tonight. I will talk about the notification in just a second. And then also you have the adoption, but you also have a strange timeline. I do want to spend a little bit of time talking about the strange timeline. So in the normal adoption of a plan process, mid-October is the date that all of the plans that are due for schools that are required to have one. However, in the accountability system, you also have another due date, which is the middle of January. The middle of January is when you actually have to formally submit a plan to the state for state review. This year, our approach was to actually honor both dates. So HOPE submitted their plan to us as a district by this October deadline for our review. And we also have the January 16th deadline, but that gives you all an opportunity to weigh in on the formal adoption of the plan. This is the general timeline that goes into the development of a plan and also provides a snapshot of the actual actions that HOPE took in response to being in year 0. So you can see that the data was released in September, at which point, once the data is released, they have to notify their parents that they're in this performance plan type category. They have a certain amount of time to be able to do that, which is 30 days. HOPE issued their letter on October 2nd in response to the data to meet that requirement. They also had a variety of SAC meetings this fall in order to engage their community regarding their own planning. And then tonight represents the formal public hearing. So not only did they engage their local SAC, as you heard from a public commenter tonight, but we also have this formal engagement with you all for you all to weigh in on their plan and the adoption of it. I'm going to let Hope do their presentation, and at the finale of that, I'll talk about the options that are available to you all as a board. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Hope.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having us here. So I'm Heather O'Mara. I am the CEO and founder of Hope, and I'm going to give you a very, very brief overview and really give our team time to talk about what we're doing to improve our middle school. So who we are. Hope is an online school, but we operate with community-based sites. So about 1,000 of our students attend learning centers following the hours of a normal school day, 4 days a week, and about 800 students drop in at sites. To answer some of the demographics question, we serve students in grades 6 through 12. The majority of our students, 75%, qualify for free lunch, and 25% or more English language learners. We just finished our December 1 count, and I think our SPED count is at about 11% and rising. We do offer a lot of student engagement, including resources of a free lunch program. Hope is its own school food authority, so we offer universal free breakfast and lunch to all students, and that started about 6 years ago with the support of Douglas County. Our mission is that Hope students matter, and our vision is that Hope our students believe, belong, and become. Our governing board is represented here in the back. Our board chair, Kim Rossi, is in the back, and we have people from our community. Our School Accountability Committee, you heard from Victoria Aguilar earlier. Kim Garcia, who's a Douglas County resident, and Hope employee, is here in the audience as well, supporting what we do. And with that, I'm going to ask Kristen Holmes, our Executive Director of Curriculum Instruction, to go over our school performance framework and our data, and then you're going to be able to hear from one of our site coordinators to talk about what happens at a learning center as we're implementing this plan. Kristen?
Good evening, everyone. Thanks. We are honestly sad to be back here before you. We worked really hard from 2016. I think Director Ray has been with us a number of years, and so I'm going to reverse these slides just a little bit. In 2014, our middle school was on turnaround, and we worked tirelessly both at our elementary school that the state board decided to close, and our middle and our high to really turn that around. And you can see that we made tremendous improvements over that program, and then the pandemic hit us. And you can see, so our SPF did drop to 40, which is still right where we were in 2017. And I just want to remind that the school performance framework, as Director Reynolds said, is a snapshot in time based on some singular assessments, and particularly the CMAS. This year, we were particularly plagued for the first time. Parents were aware. We have never really publicly promoted opt-outs or really encouraged everybody to take the test. As you all well know, in this district, the message is out there that you do not have to take the test. And that hit our communities for the first time. And we saw a huge jump in parent opt-outs from 2% to 20%. And that affected our growth quite a bit. So it also affected our ability to request for reconsideration, which you have to have 95%, including parent excusals, in order to submit for reconsideration. So we believe that we had some data there that could make us a good candidate, but due to the opt-outs, we just weren't eligible for that. So our analysis of those opt-outs shows that there was a greater overrepresentation of students as white and native English speakers that opted out of the test. So our strongest performers were the ones and low. So with that, we jumped into deeper data analysis because we knew that this was just a one-off. And we want to show, just for you, Director, we really looked at our data. We took into account several data sources that explore the needs of our diverse student body that's made up at the middle. Heather showed the full student body, but at middle school, we're made up of 80% minority students, 72% free and reduced lunch, 42% multilingual learners for those, or EL learners is the new title, and that at middle school, that's 7% of students with disabilities. So those subgroups and populations are drawn to different options, and we believe that we're providing a great option for them. Approximately 70% of our students at the middle school level began the year last year in 2021 at 2 or more years below grade level. So that kind of puts our CMAS into perspective. Of our 414 students that were eligible to take the test, only 50% of those were in the growth cohort data. So this really is not, we do not believe, representative of our students and what they can do. Our internal benchmarks of I-Ready showed some different results, not exactly where we wanted to be, but definitely some growth. And CMAS, you can see only 6% or 11% in reading showed at grade level. On our spring I-Ready, that was up to almost 22% for reading and 25% for math. So again, that confirms our belief that this school performance framework and how much low participation really affected us. Those of you that know us well know that we won't settle or make excuses. We believe that there are still pervasive challenges to academic achievement and growth at our school, and it's something that we work tirelessly to address. And so we really looked at a number of sources. We talked about I-Ready. We included our parent and student surveys that we do annually. They continue to show a high sense of belonging, of caring, both that parents and students recognize that feel like they belong. But this year, we definitely saw an increase in socio-emotional factors, including bullying, which we have not seen in quite some time in our student results. So we really wanted to put in our action plan some of those pieces. So we work together with our SAC board, each of our directors, special education teachers brought lots of feedback into this. And then we set some goals. We set goal targets to get back into those approaching and meets categories for growth. So you'll see those numbers, and the big in addition to the achievement and growth that we'll be working on is we're going to make a concerted effort to really educate our parents and how the tests help us and really can impact us as a school in a number of areas. So our major improvement strategies, first and foremost, will continue to increase the rigor of our core academic program. Our number one goal is to be improving that and make sure that it meets grade level expectations and standards. As we continue to face an influx of students with a wide range of pandemic experiences, it's clear that we also, at the same time, need to streamline our small group interventions at ability and level for all students. And we recognize that our base program, we currently use Edgenuity, is limited in providing scaffolds and supports for our students, our multilingual students, and our students with disabilities. So we put some specific action plans around that. I forgot to mention that in the linked in the agenda is the full 67-page UIP. So if you need more nighttime reading, and you are more than welcome to, but we tried to summarize it here. With the pandemic, we had a lot of online learning, who didn't? And we kind of lost out a little bit of our blended, which is some of the reason that we made that big jump. So we've introduced what we call critical thinking. It is a specific time in math and language arts. We have 2 highly qualified masters in literacy and mathematics, one in a doctorate program that are designing specific content for our students, for our mentors to teach alongside the online curriculum that is focused on high leverage standards that really can make a difference. And within that, they have provided differentiation and scaffolding instructions of how do we continue to expose students to grade level expectations, even though they're so far behind. So that's number one. Also, in improving our core instruction, we've really kind of revamped our PLC structure and increased the accountability quite a bit. And America is going to talk about those pieces. We've received a grant to help us address some socio-emotional factors for bullying, and so we're excited to implement that. Across the board, we are looking for increased accountability. We've also hired additional special service providers, and one thing that's made a big difference is at the same period in all of our 12 middle school student sites, we have what's called Power Block, and that takes our most qualified special service providers, both our moderate needs teachers and our CLD endorsed, and they work with students in a virtual environment across all centers in a synchronous environment. It happens at the same time with the grade level every day. And really, through that model, we've been able to increase the direct service time and for those populations quite a bit. So we're starting to see some of those increases. We have also revamped our website. It's two things. One, more user-friendly for parents to understand what's happening at Hope. And there's a backside of the new website that is all data for staff. And that data dashboard provides a school level. Each of the sites sees where they are on the metrics every week. That also provides them a grade level class for both content and grade to see how students are doing in which content area by grade. And then it provides a per student line item of how student is doing in each of their online courses, where they're on pacing, grades, overall progress. Those data sources are looked at each week by the directors and the certified staff, and they make an action plan. Those action plans, and you'll see a snapshot of that, are then also reviewed by the Hope leadership team every week. So we've really kind of tried to streamline that accountability piece. So with that, I want to turn it over to America. So we've already started, who is the director at Power of Academy. We've started to implement these things. We had some ideas streamlined in them, and she can talk to you about what she's seen directly with her students and some of the results.
Good evening. I'm here to represent one of the learning centers. My name is America. I'm a director at Power Learning Academy. How we have begun the implementation of the action plan and its positive effect on our students. I began with Hope several years ago as a mentor, and now I'm one of the directors along with my husband. I also serve as an assistant site coordinator. We started Power to give students, families in our community an opportunity to be successful in a small environment with staff that truly cared about each student. As a director and staff member, I believe each of the action steps that Ms. Kristen was talking about are approachable. We are able to do most of those. We have already begun implementing many of the action steps. The critical thinking part, our curriculum specialists have done a great job developing comprehension lesson plans and resources, focusing specific on grade level standards. These lessons provide us with opportunity to provide students with more instructional opportunities to practice essential skills in the ways they don't get to based on our online curriculum. Professional development has been valuable in teaching the staff how to check for understanding and identifying what grade level work should look like. The small group interventions, I've actually been the one personally doing those. I really enjoy it. They provide students with more opportunities to practice and build the foundational skills students need to have to be successful in the grade level work. This is so important because many of our students missed out on developing the skills during the elementary school due to the pandemic. We have learned how to use diagnostics data better based on that dashboard that we do every week. Which students need an intervention, and more importantly, what specific skills we need to target in small grouping interventions. Having a school-wide accountability system in place has made it easier for directors as myself and Hope administrators to monitor these instructions. Power Block, as a multilingual learner, I see how that really has helped my kiddos. The professionals are the ones, the ELD endorsements, they're the ones doing this. And it's a 45-minute block, which at the beginning I was like, oh my gosh, this is a lot of time. But when it's done every single day, when it's done nonstop, when the kids are engaged, they're all participating. I'm also the one that oversees to make sure that the kids are doing it. And when the teachers send us like their essays and the things that our kiddos do, we can see that our kids are capable of doing it. So I've really enjoyed the power block. My kiddos, I can see when it's time to do their writings, their essays, they are learning. They are getting that information from the specialist instead of taking time from the class and trying to, before we were doing it in groups and interventions and the kids are online, but this time it's their time. Their specific grade level, they're not, with 7th, 8th graders, they're all in the same grade level. So I've seen how it has worked for Hope and for the, I'm sorry, I'm so passionate about that because I'm one of those learners and I feel like education just, they need that. They need, sorry, I get emotional because I was a student and I love not power, just power, but how Hope helps those kiddos. I wish I had that when I was in elementary and I had to work so hard. So I'm passionate about what Hope does for my kids. And I love to see how they're writing, because we're not brought up with that language. I wasn't brought up with that language. My mom spoke to me in Spanish. So when I was in school and they're wanting me, to write, English proficiently and my tests are not the same as other kids, but then it's the language part. That's the part that I was like, my mom does not speak to me in the matter that I'm reading. Like, it never makes sense until I started working with Hope, that I'm like, that was it. That's what I was missing at school. I didn't have that connection because, my mother or my father did not speak to me in that way. And now that my students get that, I'm sorry, I just love it. I enjoy seeing my kiddos thrive and be able to write these essays at an earlier age where I had to learn in college and it was so hard for me. But sorry, I went off script, but thank you for listening to me. I'm sorry. The center PLC. They receive PLC structure. Can I keep going? Okay. The PLC structure that Hope has implemented helps my center be more focused on the trends and the data. I love those. We get along, we get together, we look at every kid. My staff gets to see, what kiddos are not doing the iReady, which kiddos need more support, what grade level, what is it in the curriculum that they missed, and we can be like, hey, buddy, come on, we gotta get it together. You didn't do iReady this time, because if they don't do it constantly and they're not doing the curriculum, that's where we can see they fall through the cracks. By looking at the data as a team, we can collaborate better to support our students. The accountability of weekly reporting has helped us to better identify areas of growth and set specific measurable goals each week. We are already seeing positive results based on the PLC and the power block. From the action plan implementation at my center, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna do the biggest smile because I'm really happy for our results.
For the first time.
I know, I was about to text my staff and say, guys, you are not gonna believe what I've just looked at, and you should be super proud. Based on the iReady benchmark tests taken last week, 65% of the students have demonstrated 1 year growth in reading. 81% of my students have shown at least 1 year of growth in math. In reading, we've increased the number of students performing at grade level by 14% and decreased the students performing at 3 or more grade levels below 17%. In math, we've increased the number of students performing at grade level by 10% and decreased the students performing 3 or more grade levels by 22%. Thank you for allowing me to share some of the great things happening at my center. I would really like to take the opportunity to invite you to come see how it looks at my center or any other of the Hope centers. Thank you, and I'm sorry I got emotional. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, America. I think Hope is committed to making sure we get off this spot and we're not here in front of you saying we're at year one, but I think what you see at Hope is the passion that you see in America and all of our team. It's a team of people that wants to make a difference. And we're strong and we're a family and we're gonna do this for our kids because they deserve it. So we're here for any questions. So thanks to a great team of people that are here too.
Okay, we'll open it up to the board members for Ms. O'Mara and any of her staff. I know for Mr. Reynolds, I know we've talked about this threshold of participation to be able to appeal, and that's maybe something we can take up later as a board. I think we have some items around accountability in our legislative priorities that we can hopefully fine tune, but we have, there's no lack of heart and intentionality, certainly at Hope. And when we just have low participation and that prevents us from any type of reconsideration, it just seems like an arbitrary standard. That's me speaking as one director. But if I could recap, the one thing I saw a lot of great things in there. I saw a lot of best practices, whether it's the team-based approach of the PLCs, the professional learning communities, and getting in together, whether it's the small group intervention focused on literacy, the at-home interventions for the remote learners, the truancy, all that stuff, Power Block. Looks like there's a lot of best practices being brought to bear. And as we all know, the achievement will lag the growth, but we're already seeing the growth. So I guess my one question, and maybe it just didn't stand out to me, what's the specific plan to just connect with the community and stress the necessity of participation, that big jump from 2 to 20% opt-outs, because at least the rules as they are today, it's taking away discretion away from Hope and from the district to do appeals and things like that based on the rating. So
I think it's really parent engagement, and it's really taking advantage of the context that our directors have with their community and their parents and talking about why it's so important. I think there was so much press about why you could opt out. And I think we need to tell people they can. It's not that they can't, but why is it so important to us and to their school that they participate? And we saw that variable across community. It was really interesting if you look at the communities. So I think Power, and I'm going to look at America, I think you had about 98% participation. Is that correct? And we had other sites that had about 40% participation. So it's really concentrating that parent engagement at the sites that had lower participation. And it's not engagement only at the time. It's not in March when we're sending out when the opt-outs get sent out. It's really doing it throughout the year to explain how important that is and building that community. And we think we're really taking advantage of that at each of the sites. Would you add anything, Kristen?
From a curriculum perspective, we're making a concentrated effort to send parent information progress reports home so that sometimes they feel like the test is not fair to their student. We're ready to make it clear that we have done our due diligence in preparing their student to be as successful as they possibly can be on the test, and their student is ready to take it on. So we're putting those in already now, and we'll continue to increase that parent communication as we get closer to those assessment times.
other directors? Director Myers?
First of all, I commend you for your passion. I just think that just is just the sign of a great teacher and for your success anyway in what you do. I was very privileged to attend the Hope Online graduation last spring, and it was phenomenal. Seeing parents and people coming out and the smiles on their faces, and I think I even witnessed a couple of mothers there with their babies that were graduating, and I just saw smiles on their face. And whether you reach one kid or 1,000 kids, it's just important that you've even reached that one, and that they know the value of what you're doing in your Hope Online learning. I think it's great.
Other directors?
Trying to think about where I want to go first, but I guess the first thing is there is no other school that puts forth the effort like Hope. If you haven't gone to a learning center, I mean, these people are committed and absolutely passionate about every moment they spend with kids. So, it just, it floors me too that you're back. It makes me kind of angry to be honest with you, because, when I think of all the work that you're doing, and here's the issue, I think, it's not just participation percentage, it's that single assessment issue. And this is the visual board, colleagues, that I want you to get, because we have legislative priorities that we're talking about. And I try to advocate for this, and I don't think it was really completely understood that we shouldn't use a single assessment to put you on the accountability clock. When you have 75% of your students that are eligible for free and reduced lunch and 40% they're multilingual, and we don't take that into consideration, but we take CMAS that's already biased against multilingual students to begin with, it's absolutely absurd. And so I'm angry because I think in our legislative priorities, we need to make it clear that this is punitive. It's punitive to take a Hope Online and say, gee, your CMAS results suck, and therefore, here you go again. You got to go on the improvement priority list. It's just absurd. And I'm sorry, I'm on a soapbox, but I want to just feel with you the frustration that you must feel when literally, when I went to your learning centers, there were students who told me they would check out. They wouldn't be in school if there wasn't a Hope offered, if there wasn't a Hope Online. And the things you guys are doing with the blended learning and getting them on site, I think is second to none compared to other online programs. People don't realize you're not just having kids sit in front of the screen, you're actually having them work in these small groups that America's so excited about. So I just need to say that because I know we're going to talk about legislative priorities, and I think we can clarify some language to advocate to our legislators that this is wrong. This is not accountability. This is punishing a school or punishing people that are working with high-risk students, and it's deflating. And then I'm always amazed, Heather. I mean, how many pages? 144 pages? Is that what you had to do?
I don't know how many.
Oh
We stopped counting.
Gosh. But I'm just always amazed at all the strategies. And I guess one of my questions for you is, do you have enough resources? Because I know you're just venturing into the PLC work, or you have, and you're continuing that. Do you have enough resources to do the work that you feel like you need to do best for kids? Do you feel like you have those?
I mean, honestly, I don't think we'd ever have enough resources. But I think we do the best with what we have. And I think we have a great team of people that are committed. We've gotten some really wonderful grants that have provided support. And I have to go to our committed team that won't stop. And they don't let resources stop them. And how creative we're thinking about how we're doing it. So yes, would more resources help? Of course they would. But I think I'm committed to make the model work with what we have and continue to be creative and flexible and make sure we're continue to strive and try and look at things that are working. I mean, I think when we talk about the data dashboard, that was a grassroots effort within Hope, and everyone thinks you have online curriculum and you have all this data that's available. Well, it's available, but people have to find it. So we needed to work to develop something in-house so people could have that data accessible. We want our teachers, our people working with kids, to be able, not to be finding the data, but to be able to analyze the data and put it to work. And I think that's what we did, and that's what we always have to do. So yes, I don't want to say we don't need any more resources,
right.
But
we just recognized Northeast Elementary, who is nationally celebrated for their PLC work. And so, my thinking is, again, how do we partner you with these people that, have done it well that you guys can learn from? But I also don't want to saturate you with lots of things because you obviously have lots of things that you guys are thinking about.
But I think we can always learn.
I wrote those down.
Very good.
I think we can always learn, and I think that's what our whole team has done so well is how do we partner? How do we partner with the community? Our learning center sites are led by community leaders that are not here for the money, like nobody is in education, but they're here to make a difference in their community, and they clearly are. And I think that's our job to facilitate them. And I do want to say that everyone is so supportive of us being part of Douglas County School District. Director Myers talked about graduation. I know Director Meeks has been there. I think graduation, we've talked about other opportunities. Our families are so proud to be graduating with a Douglas County diploma. And we thank you so much for that recognition and that support. And we'll do everything we can not to be up here next year.
Other director questions, Director Meek.
Yeah. I love your graduations. They're so inspiring. And, You know, I think what really strikes me when I visited the centers is hearing students say they feel safe and welcome. And that is just central to being able to deliver a great education. And thank you so much for all that you do.
It's because of the people like Ms. Aguilar and America that you got to meet that our students feel so honored.
Other directors, and we do have to take action on this.
Thank you all so much.
Okay, so for the directors, the recommendation is that the board adopt the Hope Online Unified Improvement Plan as written. So the large plan that was attached to the board. Mr. Reynolds, did you have any comment before we take up discussion as a board?
No, I was going to actually outline your three options in that process of adopting. So they're going to queue up the slide for me, which would be just the next one. Thank you. So you really have, three options for action. One, you could adopt the plan as written, as presented, and as part of your packet. The other option is you could adopt the plan with some recommended pending revisions. The third is to delay adopting the plan until your next meeting in January. We do have a pressing deadline, which is January 16th, for us to be able to submit that plan to meet the requirements that the state has set forth for us. But you do have those three options at your disposal to facilitate your discussion.
Okay, board discussion and/or motions.
I move that we adopt Online's Priority Improvement Plan as written.
Second.
Motion by Ray, seconded by Williams. Any discussion from board members before taking a vote? Okay, I will call the roll. Director Hansen?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
And passed 7-0. And that concludes this item. Thank you. We will move on to item number 22, the proposed mill levy certification. We have a 5-minute presentation on the mill levy, followed by a 5-minute Q&A.
All right, good evening, directors. So this is the time of year that we talk about mill levy certifications. In case there's any questions that I'm not able to answer, I do have Colleen Doan on Zoom. She's home with some sick kids, so that's my lifeline of call a friend if we need it. She is available for us. So we're going to talk about 4 different types of mill levy certifications. So the first is the local share of the School Finance Act. The next is the mill levy overrides, which there are 5 different authorizations that have happened in different elections. They are all flat dollar amounts, which is just over 73 million. Bond redemption and abatement. I'm not going to spend time on this slide. In the past 2 years, we have had a correction that is due to a CDE correction that happened the past 2 years. It does not apply to this year, so I'm not going to spend time, but the information is here if you want to go back and review that. So the recommendation is 27 mills for the School Finance Act. That is required in the act, so that number stays as is. The next one is the mill levy override, which is recommended at 9.05. This is just simple math if we take the assessed value and back into the number of mills to generate that 73 million that we have authorized. Abatement is really, really small, and it always has been for us. Bond redemption is where I just want to spend a minute to talk about. We are recommending changing that rate from 8.054 down to 6.7. This is in line with the with what we told voters that we would do if 5A did not pass. We said we would lower that mill and give them some tax break on that. So that is in line with what we promised our taxpayers. So overall, the decrease from year to year is 0.961 mils. So what does this mean for taxpayers? This slide is for residential taxpayers only. It shows the past 4 years of what the rates have looked like for the average homeowner, and then what our recommendation is for 22-23. It is a decrease of about $87 for the year for residential. For non-residential, it is always going to look a little bit different because of the way that the property tax law works. So that number is higher, but they also get that tax break. And for them, it's about $156 a year savings for them. So please remember that this is only for the school district's portion of property taxes. Everyone's bill will have other items on there depending on where they live. So the action requested is to approve the certified mills that we have, staff has laid out for you tonight. And then from there, the staff will submit those to Douglas County and Elbert County, as well as CDE, and this enables us to be able to collect property taxes again starting in January for the calendar year. Any questions?
Questions by directors? Director Ray.
Ms. Fleischer, can you flip back to the slide of the taxpayer impact? So we're looking at the taxpayers will get, what, roughly less than $100 refund if this mill levy is set?
Yeah, so residential is under 100, and then non-residential is 156 on average.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Blair, or you don't need to bring them up, but we have resolutions attached to this agenda item. I did just check the math to make sure that they did in fact say 42.836 total mills to make sure that everything matches there. And the recommendation is that the Board of Education approves the 2022-2023 school year mill levy resolution to certify mill levies, multiple counties, as recommended by staff. So do we have any motion, and then we can take discussion on the motions?
I move that we certify the mill levies as recommended by staff.
Okay, motion by Director Ray. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Weiniger. Any questions or discussion by board members? Seeing none, I will take the roll. Director Hansen?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
And passed by a vote of 7-0. And I have noted with Ms. Brockman, I believe this is paperwork we need to sign tonight. So we'll make sure the appropriate board members do that. Okay, moving on to item number 23, potential bond and mill levy override next steps. This is a discussion. Excuse me while I get it up here on the computer. And this is really a recommendation that we can just do via motion. And what this does would restart the cycle for looking at bond mill. And the recommendation here would be that the Board of Education directs staff, that means superintendent, cabinet on down, to conduct a 2022 post-election analysis and investigate the possibility of putting a bond and or MLO on the November 2023 ballot, knowing that staff will make recommendations to the board at a future state. I did want to point out that the agenda item after this actually involves us modifying policy governance to reestablish our M-BAC or our mill bond exploratory committee. So really the intent of this is to signify from the board as a group of 7 that we would like staff to basically continue or re-undertake this work starting with a retrospective and provide any support going forward. We'll address the specifics of M-BAC and an M-BAC charter in the next resolution. So with that, I'll open it up to any board director or superintendent comments. Director Ray.
I have no problem with the recommendation, except that we don't direct staff, we direct the superintendent. So I just want to make sure we modify that recommendation. Obviously, Superintendent Kane will deploy her staff to do this work, but just as a clarification is we do not, the only person we direct is our superintendent.
Okay, noted, and we can modify any motion appropriately. Any other directors?
Well, I move that we direct our superintendent to conduct a 2022 post-election analysis and investigate the possibility of putting a bond and MLO on the November 2023 ballot.
Second.
We have a motion by Ray. We have a second by Meek. Any other director comments, questions, or discussion? Director Meek.
Yeah, I'll just add that I really appreciated our conversation at our retreat where we discussed potential next steps and felt like it was a really fruitful conversation. And I look forward to the superintendent moving forward with many of those ideas based on what she feels is best.
Superintendent Kane, before we provide direction and support, any comments on reactions to that direction from the board?
No, I certainly also appreciated the discussion at the retreat, and I think that my staff and I have a pretty clear idea of where the Board of Education would like us to go next in terms of doing a post-election analysis. We would plan to publish some kind of request for proposal to make sure that we can get a good organization to come in and help us do a post-election analysis and then bring that analysis not only to the Board of Education, but if the Board of Education should so desire it, to provide that analysis for the M-BAC if the next resolution is successful. And I would also, one more thing to add is that based on our discussion at the retreat, we will be coming back in January with some short-term strategies to help us retain our staff as we look at another year of potentially preparing for an election. But given that 5A came so close but did not pass, we want to make sure that we've got some short-term strategies that we can help honor and retain and respect our staff and have them stay with us, as well as recruitment strategies. Also in February, we will be presenting our human resources updates to the Board of Education, which will include long-term strategies around retention and recruitment, including input from our Equity Advisory Council.
Director Ray.
Just a quick question, Superintendent. So we have hundreds of cards of recommendations of what will help with staff in terms of retaining staff and showing that we value them. Any thoughts about using this as a springboard and or using, again, our Employee Advisory Council to kind of help us define what that might look like?
Yes, thank you very much for that question. We had a pretty good idea of what requests would be in cards, and it's pretty consistent with what we've heard when out in our system talking to our teachers and our staff, and we will continue to get some feedback, but we also have, of course, a quick time frame. We really want to make sure that we're able to communicate strategies to our staff before we get to the heavy recruiting season. So, but part of why you'll be hearing about this in January versus right now is we want to spend a little bit more time getting some feedback from our staff, and we do appreciate the holiday cards. And again, these are all areas that staff has been talking about.
Okay, other directors' comments? We do have a motion as stated by Director Ray, seconded by Director Meek. Okay, I will call the roll. Director Hansen?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Okay, moving on to item number 24, the aforementioned reestablishment of the Board of Education Mill Bond Ad Hoc Exploratory Committee, and the recommendation for this item is that the board approve the proposed changes to the Board of Education Policy Governance Book to reestablish the Mill Bond Exploratory Ad Hoc Committee. And Mr. Blair, if you could pull up, probably the red line version will be good because it looks at what is currently in our Policy Governance Book, and then it would show any changes, which is one of our attachments. Okay, for those following along, this committee was established last year to support the 2022, what was wound up being named 5A, the MLO, mill levy override, and then 5B, the bond issue that ran on the ballot. The proposed changes here are basically universal to move from 2022 to 2023 and reestablish the committee. And then if you would scroll down, we'll ignore that one additional sentence. The only real other changes here, if the district comes back and decides it may be interested, or the M-BAC, excuse me, should never have used that similar name, but if the M-BAC recommends engaging a consulting firm or outside assistance, this does allow for that to happen. And then there is finally one additional paragraph that is inserted up above. And if we can go back to the Mr. Blair, toward the beginning of the document, this type of language was requested by the chair. And really, it's in there to focus the work, acknowledging that when the M-BAC left us last, they had left us with the recommendation saying, in the case that 5A or 5B doesn't pass, we, the M-BAC, recommend that you pursue these measures again in 2023. So as a board, I will go in with the assumption that that's what we're going to do. As we know, legally and statute-wise, we will not actually vote on specific language or whether to specifically add these to much later, because it triggers some advocacy and some legal constraints and things like that. But I believe as a board of 7, we'd be going in operating under the assumption that that recommendation to pursue 22 a bond and MLO stands. And as it's read up here, I'll let individual directors read it from the screen. Really, the focus of the work is that review of what happened last year, so we can integrate best practices and really focus the committee to identify factors that most likely will affect the feasibility in 2023, and to make recommendations to improve. To get us, and for folks that are at home, the mill levy override was defeated roughly by a vote of 49.3% to 50.7%. So we were very, very close as a district to passing this in a minimal time. So this is really about getting that last percentage and some padding, and to once again engaging our chair and our members of the M-BAC to assist us and help us do this as a district. So with that, I will open it up to director questions, discussion, any revisions or motions. Director Weiniger.
I like the revisions, and I think it's a good focus for if we choose to continue the M-BAC. I noticed that we need to appoint a chair. Did we want to do that quickly, or I noticed the chair who was on it is in the audience, and see if she wants to.
Yeah, in my interpretation, other board members, please back me up. The original language said with an option to continue as needed. I guess we're formally continuing this and setting new outset dates. And as far as I'm concerned, we have a chair appointed.
Okay.
And then if you look under 1.7.6.2, if you could go down, Mr. Blair, we maintain the same composition. We're almost there, just on there we go. We would maintain the same composition guidance from a board. The only addition there we had some issues last time with chairs availability, and they wanted the flexibility to, if they could not be a member of the M-BAC, to appoint a designated representative, which we allowed and worked out through the chair last time. So there's just that one bit of flexibility. So to summarize, I believe Ms. Brownrigg is still the chair.
Awesome.
And that she would go forth with this charter as approved by the board, and then recommend any bylaw change in membership based on availability, and just take up those functions as the chair of this committee.
Great. Thank you.
Director Meek.
So is it an assumption then that all the existing committee members are just continuing on? Like everyone that was on in the committee prior is still on the committee?
Yeah, I would make that assumption, but I would also leave that to the chair. Again, we're saying that it needs to maintain this minimum membership.
Right.
And then I would expect there are probably going to be some swaps just based on availability. And if those happen, the chair would bring those membership changes and stuff to us as a board, and we'd probably have it on consent unless there was specific concerns by board members.
I wasn't sure if I saw frequency of meetings in there. I saw monthly reports to the board, so I was wondering if there's an assumption that it's monthly.
Yeah, and it's intentionally not in there because I don't think we would ask people at this point to meet or weekly. That may discourage membership this far out, but I would leave that up to the chair. And then it also says, monthly reports, but there's a little bit of wiggle room. So if Ms. Brownrigg needs to, get things kind of tidied up and first meeting in February or whatever, we would just expect some type of form. Doesn't need to be from the podium. It can be a written report. It can be whatever the chair decides. But I do want to give the M-BAC chair and the committee itself as much flexibility as possible to do their work. Director Ray.
So I kind of have a counter suggestion with our revisions. One of the things that concerns me is we're revising our policy governance book. And just for consistency's sake, what we typically do in our policy governance is we lay out the structure of the committees, and then we annually provide them with an area of focus. And it seems like we're trying to embed that into the policy governance book, which to me seems a little bit like a disconnect, that we're treating this committee differently than we treat all our other committees when we give them a focus. So I have some suggestions for some revisions for that charge, and then I would suggest that we take the whole paragraph that talks about what their charge is, and in a separate motion, approve a motion for what they should focus on, just like we do our other committees. So for instance, back up on 17.6.1, the charge, I would revise it to say, assess the feasibility of a successful MLO.
I'm sorry, Director Ray. Mr. Blair, can you just go up a little bit farther? There we go. Thank you. Go ahead.
So starting kind of in the middle of that paragraph, feasibility of a successful MLO and bond issue on future ballots. And I would keep it more general because certainly, heaven forbid if we don't pass it in 23, I bet Superintendent Kane's going to say put it on 2024. So to make our policy governance less restrictive, I would say I would make it more general. And then I would say the M-BAC will sunset at a time approved by the board. To not have to come back here and readjust our policies, because that feels kind of laborious. And that way that's always there, and we always have access to this ad hoc committee, regardless if it's 2023 or 2024. And then, as I said, I would take that whole section that's underlined and in a separate motion, have us move to make that the M-BAC's area of focus starting in January.
Yeah, I know we, earlier in the year, the school year, we had our areas of focus for the board. We skipped M-BAC because M-BAC had kind of gapped and phased out while we were waiting for the election. But I have those changes. I can read them. And I personally agree. I think we don't want to get into be too much of a scalpel. I hate to say this, 27J, Brighton passed their bond, and I asked them, hey, what was the magic? And unfortunately, the first thing they said is 8th time is a charm. We don't want to get there. I think we want to get it this next time. But that being said, I like the enduring changes that you added to the first paragraph under 176.1, and we can entertain a separate motion with that paragraph stricken to stand alone as just board direction to the M-BAC on what they're charged for this specific year. So I agree with all your suggestions. Any other comments from other directors or questions?
And I'm just, as I'm reading this, I'm sorry, Director Peterson, I'm looking at 17.6.1.2 again, looking at ways that we can not restrict in our policy governance dates. And so provide a comprehensive presentation at a board meeting prior to
end of the school year for each year.
Right.
Okay.
And then also that
November of each year.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
Okay, so do we have a motion to accept with the amendments? And I can read the proposed amendments one more time. So the proposed amendments, Mr. Blair, if you can go back up to the top, it would be to start under the top paragraph of 1.7.6.1. The new reading would be the charge of the Mill Bond Exploratory Committee, M-BAC, shall be to explore the needs of the district, both ongoing operational and capital needs, and to assess the feasibility of successful mill levy override and/or bond issues on future ballots. The M-BAC will sunset at a time approved by the board. We will then remove everything that is inserted in red in that second sentence that second paragraph for a independent motion. And then if you scroll down under 1.7612, right there, the amendment would read, provide a comprehensive presentation at a board meeting prior to the end of each school year on findings of the needs and feasibility of MLO bond measures for November of that year, to include information gathered from the master capital plan and recommendations from all board committees. The rest of the attachment would be submitted with the changes that are in there. It's really only one other change under 1762 if you go down, which is that or representative designated by the chair.
I move to accept the revision to the policy governance book as revisions were stated, with the amendment removing that second paragraph for an independent motion.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Williams.
And then Director Peterson, I think this is one of those rare times where a 2/3 vote is required. Whenever we change our policy governance book, I believe we have to have a supermajority. I have a feeling we're going to have that regardless, but I believe
I don't recall that just for PG book changes. I know we don't need a reading and a second reading because we're making a change to existing. But let's hold that for a second.
No, I think we'll get the vote that we need. But just reminding us, we may want to look at that. And that's why I think this is, when we modify our policy governance, it's a little bit more laborious and we have to be careful.
Okay, and we will take a second motion if made concerning that paragraph that was removed. If there's no discussion, I will call the roll for the motion as made by Ray and seconded by Williams. Director Hansen.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Peterson. Aye. Ray.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Weiniger.
Aye.
Passed by 7-0. I will now take any motions regarding the second paragraph. If you could go back up, Mr. Blair, to the first page. There we go. And do I have a motion concerning direction from the board to the M-BAC for priorities for the 2023, sorry, it would be 2022-2023 charge. Thank you.
I move that we adopt, or that we convey this focus to our M-BAC committee to begin in January 2023.
Okay, we have a move to convey this priority to the M-BAC starting in January 2023 as stated on the attachment. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Ray, and I'm sorry, was that Weiniger?
No, it was.
I'm sorry, second by Meek. And I will now take the vote. Hansen?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson is aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Second motion passes 7-0. Thank you, directors, for kickstarting this effort, and thank you, Ms. Brown-Rigg, for staying on to attend as our lone member of the audience. Last item that we have under study action items before Board of Education reports is approval of Board of Education legislative priorities. This is something that we I'm sorry, go ahead, Director Meek.
Before we move on, I was just going to ask board liaisons to that committee, are they continuing on, or do you want to discuss who will be part of that?
Sure, we can take that up. Current representatives, liaisons to the M-BAC. Do you have an interest staying on? Noting that it will probably not be weekly.
Yes, especially since it won't be weekly. So yes.
Director Weiniger?
I would like to be a liaison again.
Okay, and we'll continue that unless for some reason the board representatives have to switch out and are unavailable. So thank you, Director Meek. Okay, moving on to the final study action item, approval of board education legislative priorities. And this is something we've worked on for a couple of meetings. And for folks at home. We did work on this extensively in a work session as a group of directors at our retreat on November 30th, trying to tighten up language and get some consensus around what we wanted to indicate to our legislators. As part of the Douglas County the partnership of Douglas County governments, we will have some of our legislators go on a tour of Legacy Campus tomorrow with staff, and if passed tonight by the board or majority of the board, we will of course go through staff to make sure all these legislative priorities do get to the Douglas County legislators so they're aware of them and be able to take any questions. So with that, Mr. Blair, if you could call up the smooth attachment here, the Board of Education legislative priorities attached to this item. We can use that, and I will open it up to any discussion. I did note, Director Ray, under Academic Excellence F, that's where we attempted to capture some things around the accountability clock and accountability, so that might be one point that we may modify, but other than that, I'll kind of start at the top, not to hit each one, but just to take any questions or clarifications or comments. So one last time, there are the priorities of why we have these and what the function is. And it's really for us to convey as a board of 7 to our elected legislators, things that we are particularly interested in, policies that we would either advocate for and things we want to see, but it's also certain statements or positions that we disagree with in general as a board. As a staff, we would expect the superintendent and her staff to monitor what's going on in the legislature, and if there's anything that's significantly aligned with or in conflict with these legislative priorities that may affect the school district, the staff, the students, or the community, we would expect the superintendent and or her staff to come to the board and highlight those things, and we would weigh in as a board of 7 if required on specific legislation. But this sets the groundwork. Hopefully I covered that. If we can go down, Mr. Blair. We do honor Article 9 of the Colorado Constitution, which is local control in education. And if we can go down, because we've discussed this a couple times, if we can just go down to the first topic, and we'll start here, academic excellence, and I will open it up to any board members for either questions or comments on any of the academic excellence sub-bullets which run A through I inclusive. Director Ray.
So on number B, I still don't think it quite captures what I was advocating for. And so I'm trying to throw out some language. I think it's an awkward statement because we've got access twice in that statement. DCSD supports equitable access and school choice where every student has access to high quality options. The intent is not to assume that the only equitable access is for school choice. So I was trying to word it in a way that shows that I'm talking about equitable access to all public education options. And so kind of what I would modify it to say is DCSD supports equitable access to high quality public education options and school choice. I think would cover both, so we're not just speaking to school choice in that statement.
Okay, sorry.
Is that?
Yep, noted. And if you want to get rid of the word echo, I would also entertain and school choice where every student has high quality options. I don't think we need the second access to.
Right, so my statement would be DCSD supports equitable access to high-quality public education options and school choice, period.
Just and school choice, period, strike where every student onto the period.
Yeah.
Got it,
Yeah.
Understood. Any discussion or comments by other directors on that amendment to academic excellence sub-bullet B? Okay, other director comments on C through I. And if we can stop on F, Mr. Blair, when we get down there, I think one way we may be able to tackle this, if I understood some of the concerns we had specifically around with Hope Online and others, may just be to add a statement at the end that after the word due to low participation in state assessments, we could add or single assessment criteria, e.g. CMAS, for assignment to the performance accountability clock. Or Director Ray may have another option.
Yeah, I got a little more concise, actually. So where it says due to, I would start out with reliance on a single assessment for the accountability clock and/or low participation in state assessments.
Other director comments, questions around that addition or why we would put that addition in? I know that I'm going to go a little bit slow here to give Ms. Brockman a chance to keep up with us. Okay, if you can keep going down, Mr. Blair, we do have G, H, and I. And I did want to note that in our original draft, some of these things, CTE, financial literacy, these were actually original bullets under other sections that we moved up to the academic excellence session since they fit better. Okay, let's move on to outstanding educators and staff. We have 4 sub-bullets under there. Perfect, Mr. Blair, A through E. Any director comments or questions about A through E under outstanding educators and staff? Okay, thank you, Mr. Blair. If you'll move down to, thank you, safe, positive culture and climate. And we did have some massaging, I know, of, excuse me, A and B here from what was discussed at the last public meeting. Those were reworked at the retreat, so I'll give directors a chance to reread those. Okay, if you can continue to scroll down, Mr. Blair. We have items through F. C was also reworked to add in exclusive employment as a security officer and to explicitly put in meeting or exceeding post standards. And if you can just scroll down to the very bottom of F there. F was also addressing Director Ray's request that we support locally developed plans for disproportionate disciplinary practices. And I know we have some students in the district that are weighing in on that matter, working with legislators. If we go down to collaborative parent, family, and community relations, there are only 3 bullets under there. They're on the screen. And I'll open it up for director comments or questions on those 3. And of course, some of these are already, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Superintendent Kane.
I apologize, President Peterson. I'm actually trying to make sure I processed this in my head before I shared it. So when it would be an opportunity, I do have just a clarification on the academic excellence item. So I don't want to interrupt you doing this, but would you like to go back to that? That would
Certainly.
be great.
Which sub bullet on academic excellence?
Under H. So DCSD supports funded legislative efforts to create high quality career and technical education programs that provide pathways. I don't know that you want the word alternate necessarily, because what are we alternate to? We want to provide pathways. So I just think that may have been an extraneous word.
Yeah, and it's, pathways I think is correct, and it's not pick one pathway, you could be on multiple pathways.
Right, it's not alternate, yeah, exactly. So I just wanted to make that clarification. I apologize that I wasn't quite keeping up. Thank you.
No, I think that's within the intent of what we discussed at the retreat, and it probably just, I missed the edit, so thank you.
Thank you.
Any others on academic excellence? Okay, let's move back to where we were, which is the 3 items under collaborative parent, family, and community relations. Thank you, Mr. Blair. Any director questions, comments on those 3 bullets? Okay, we'll move into our final section, which is financial well-being. And I think we actually have some legislators that are very much in agreement, from what I've heard, on reducing or eliminating the budget stabilization factor before any mandates. So that would be a great thing to see our local legislators sponsor that. Director Ray.
Yeah, I had a question, and it may be the right way to say it, but when I saw the elimination of the budget stabilization factor, I hope the interpretation is that they just say, well, we're not going to pay you back the money that we're holding in that stabilization factor, because right now they owe us millions of dollars. So I didn't know if if they're like, well, we'll just eliminate that debt. We don't owe you anything.
Yeah, I think
and done. So I wrote to complete the payout of the budget stabilization factor. But I'm going to look at Ms. Schleichner. I don't know if that's even you have the budgetary terms, so I don't know. I just don't want them to think that they'll just kind of exit off and say we're done.
Superintendent Kane, I believe, has some comments, and then we can go to Ms. Schleichner if we have to. Superintendent Kane.
Just as a suggestion to get to, you could say the elimination of the continued use of the budget stabilization factor, to be clear that you're not asking for an elimination of the back payment of the budget stabilization factor. And just as a thought, I don't think there is any chance of the state going back and paying hundreds of millions of dollars, because it is hundreds. It's a lot of money. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't have it in your priorities. It was just a thought on that. But certainly, I think it sounded like your intent was that you would not support the continued use of the budget stabilization factor against public school funding as a way to balance the state's overall budget.
Yeah, I think we would just change the word elimination to that focus on student-based funding and discontinue future use of the budget stabilization factor.
So,
Go ahead, Director Meek.
thank you. So it's over $10 billion, in case anyone is interested. That's the total since it's been in existence. I do worry about the way we've been suggesting it, because there have been attempts in the past to just do away with using the term budget stabilization factor and just doing away with it. And I just worry, we do need to word this correctly. So we're not suggesting to legislators that they stop tracking the state level funding that is underfunding education. Like, I think we need a BS factor, a budget stabilization factor, to track what we're not receiving that we should be receiving. So it's not the elimination of it, it's fully funding the state. So I'm not even sure. I need to think about it the right way, but I just worry that we do have to be careful with that.
Yeah, maybe the words in there would be discontinue future use of budget stabilization factor withholding for education. Is that what we're basically?
Closer, that's.
Yeah. Other director comments, questions, suggestions? And again, just at a broad terms, this is just a step back from it. This is to indicate to our legislators what our intent is. We're not actually writing the legislation at this point. And I think anything that would involve budget stabilization factor is something we want to get briefed on as a district, briefed on as a board, and probably weigh in along with other school boards across Colorado. So go ahead, Director Meek.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's something to the effect of the elimination of withholding state funding to schools as tracked through the budget stabilization factor or something like that.
Okay, I think that's agreeable, and that's clarifying. Other director comments? So it would be, say that one more time for Ms. Brockman, who's writing feverishly.
I will try. Elimination of the withholding of state funding to schools as tracked through the budget stabilization factor.
Okay, other directors, comments?
I have a comment on another bullet point, but are you still on that one?
No, I think we're finished with A. Which bullet point would you like?
There's just one other edit I think that got missed. I know we had a lot going on, and I do appreciate our very robust and very, very good conversation on editing this. I thought we all just really got to try to understand how we were, what we all wanted out of each of these. So on C, I think the last sentence should say tax credits that divert public school money to private PK-12 schools. Oh. Which one are you looking at?
She's talking about C.
Oh, the red line has it on, but this one doesn't.
I'm sorry, was there, so it said public school money?
Yeah.
At the end of the bottom of C in the last sentence. So opposes efforts such as utilization of vouchers, education saving accounts, or tax credits that divert public school money to private PK-12.
Yes.
Okay.
It's interesting because the red line version had school in it, so I'm not sure why it didn't say
Yeah,
it.
whoever typed that up was deficient in their skills. I will own that. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad
Director
that
Meek?
it was clear.
Yeah, and I want to echo, I really did appreciate the conversation. I think I said that at the retreat, but I'll say it again. I thought it was a very productive and collaborative conversation, and thank you for catching pretty much everything that we talked about. Item G, though, I would suggest that we strike the government reaction to. It feels like it's making it into a political statement versus what we talked about was, funding to offset the effects of COVID.
So, excuse me. So is your motion just to amend to say social effects that recurred as a result of SARS-CoV-2 virus?
Right. We would just strike those words, the government reaction to.
Yeah, I understand where you're going. And again, not to make it political, but seeing as we're sending a signal to legislature, I actually like government reaction because it's kind of saying you, the legislators, were the ones that were deciding and putting the bounds around how we would react to the virus. And I actually would suggest that we keep the government reaction because this is specifically going to legislators. And again, I'm a big believer in individual choice and control, and I'd rather not see future reactions there that constrain individual choice. But if that's a sticking point, I would happily be able to concede it to other directors. Director Ray?
Yeah, that's a sticking point for me too. Director Peterson, I understand what you're saying, but when we look at the words prior to that, we're saying that the government's reaction was the cause of mental health and social effects. And I don't know that, I mean, it was a global pandemic. People were dying. I don't know that we want to put that on the government's shoulders to say it's all your fault. So it's a sticky thing for me to make that statement. I don't know that I could support that. I think it was because of the global pandemic period. And there were a lot of things that contributed, obviously, to, whether the government put things in place or people's reaction. I mean, there's a lot of factors that contributed to the effects of what we saw. But I don't think it's solely governmental.
Okay, other director comments on that? So the motion is to just strike the words, the government reaction to. Again, we're conveying to legislature, and really what we're looking for is the offset recovery. I can forego poking in the eye as a group of 7. I will continue to poke them in the eye as an individual director. So I'm happy to concede that. We have one last, if you can get down, Mr. Blair, one hanging bullet, which is full funding of requirements associated with IDEA and FAPE. So that's something that often comes up, and it's something that we agreed to put in there as a district. So final comments, questions. I have all the amendments that I know Ms. Brockman was writing dutifully with those final, with all those suggested alternate language and small changes. But with that said, any final comments or concerns from directors before we vote on the attachment as amended during discussion? Okay, do I have I'm sorry, go ahead, Director Hansen.
I actually just wanted to say thank you for all of your work, President Peterson, in being the keeper of this document and very accurately collaborating all of our thoughts. I know combining 7 individual thoughts into one representative document is not an easy process, as evidenced by the 5 times we've talked about this now, and are still making changes. So truly appreciate your efforts. Since this document was posted on Friday on our agenda, I've had several community members reach out, and I just want to take one last opportunity to explain what this document is and what it is not. I was asked, I can tell anybody, is this an all-inclusive list that's worded exactly as I individually would write it myself? No, absolutely not. If we were discussing DCSD policies, if any one of these bullet points was actually a policy that DCSD was going to move forward with tomorrow, this conversation would be very, very different. I think it is so important for our community to keep in mind that this document is going to our legislators. For practical purposes, consider this is going to our Board of County Commissioners. Two of our commissioners very specifically said when we asked them for support on 5A and 5B, they don't do school business. This is their lane, this is our lane. Keep that in mind. In my 3 years of sitting here, and maybe Director Ray can weigh in with his 7, but I've never once heard a legislator introduce something, propose a bill and say, pursuant to the DCSD legislative priorities, I'm putting this forward. This does not translate into actionable items. The benefit of this conversation was the 7 of us having discussions where we found so many areas that we overlap, so many areas that we agree on. And as we move forward and have conversations within our community, when someone asks me, oh, vouchers, I don't know about 5A and 5B next year, I can say with confidence, I have heard each and every one of these individuals that sit with me on the dais say, no, very convincingly, no, this is not something that I support, not something that I am interested in. So to our community, please keep in perspective what this is. This is not a gateway document to some massive change that we're trying to create a foundation for. This is simply a list of priorities of things to consider for our legislators. So with that, I would like to make a motion that we approve the legislative priorities with the amendments that have been suggested from our conversation today.
Okay, motion by Hanson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Meek. And before we vote, thank you for that excellent summary and just recaging everybody. And I would just add to that, it's part of our partnership with our legislators, and it sparks the conversation about what is the district's, the board as a group of 7 official policy on these things. And I think it's only further cementing our partnership with our legislatures because they change out quite often. But hopefully they will look at this and reference this document as they're considering things. And if there's anything contrary or aligned to, hopefully they will give the district and the folks here a call so we can weigh in again as required as a group of 7. Director Ray, did you have another comment before the vote?
Just a couple. One is I agree with Director Hanson, but just to add a little more of a practical use of this, I mean, there are times where legislators hold public hearings for bills. And it's with great confidence that we can walk in and say, here's our legislative priorities, any of us, because once we approve this, it's something we can speak to, all of us can. So I think beyond just, I think you're right, I haven't heard a legislator use, I'm putting forth this bill because Douglas County School District says, but I have had, when I was the liaison for our public officials, I had many conversations where I could stand on this very confidently and say, no, we do not support vouchers. No, we do not believe that more guns in our school is the answer. And I just want to, again, echo what's been said. This was good work, and I'm really proud of some of the positions we've taken. I'm proud of the fact that we can say with confidence, we don't support vouchers. I'm proud of the fact that we can say, we want gun violence to go away. We don't want that in our schools. I'm proud that we can say, when we have people with arms in our schools, you have to be exclusive to that position, and you have to go through certain credentials to be able to have an arm in our school. I'm proud that we talked about equity in terms of really supporting Gabby, our student, who's going through legislature right now with the bill around disproportionate discipline practices. So I would also just echo, I'm proud of this, quite honestly, that we came to this and that we took some strong positions that I didn't think we'd ever get to, quite frankly. And so I'm just want to celebrate that the motion is on the table, and I'm definitely a yes.
Okay, and I'll take a small pause. If someone could go down and let Mr. Blue in, I just got a message saying that he is locked out of the building, and we will probably need him in a moment. So thank you, Council Klemesh. With that, we have a motion on the table by Hanson and seconded by Meek. If there's no further discussion, I will take the roll. Director Hanson?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson? Aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
7-0. We will now move to items 26 through 28, the Board of Education reports. I will try to go quickly. Board of Education regular meeting is scheduled for 10 January. As a reminder, 22 December through 9 January is our winter break. Seeing as we only had one meeting here in December due to the holidays on both sides, we will pick back up with end number 4, collaborative parent, family, and community relations as an end as we work through our ends. We'll pick that back up in January. Agenda planning for a 10 January meeting will occur on Thursday, 15 December. That's this Thursday at 10:30 a.m. We've already covered this real quickly, but we did have our retreat, and on the 30th, prior to the CASB, the Colorado Association of School Board Conference down in Colorado Springs, we did a lot of discussion around policy governance, next steps for funding. Some of those were reflected here tonight, and directed the superintendent, as she mentioned earlier in her remarks, to investigate and present innovative solutions to attract, retain, and reward and recognize teachers and staff. And we are looking forward as a board to hearing some of those presentations in January. From a liaison aspect, we had some students from the Youth Congress come and present at the most recent DCSD Safety and Security committee meeting, and they talked a lot about how they use Safe to Tell, how they view Safe to Tell. And a reminder for anyone that's still listening out there, that is a great resource. If you have concerns about anyone else, please feel free to use the Safe to Tell program. We're monitoring that, and we will get those people the help they need. As we go into the holiday break, while it's a season of great joy and celebration for some, the holidays and the lack of light and the darkness and the weather can be depressing for some people. So one reminder, and this came out from the safety and security meeting, remember that we have established the 988 hotline. Again, it's just like 911, but 2 snowmen instead. So 988 is the helpline for suicide prevention. So if you have a concern about yourself, do not hesitate, whether you're a student, staff member, parent, community member, anybody that's still listening, 988 is your helpline over the holidays if you need assistance. With that, Superintendent Kane also mentioned that we had Global Village Academy. I was there last night with Director of Choice Programming, Gordon Mosher, Danny Windsor, some other members of the staff, and it was wonderful to advertise one other item of choice or example of choice we have in the district. Not only did they get recognized for French language, but cultural immersion. Folks don't realize that the classes there are taught in French, and to have the French ambassador to the United States come into Douglas County and recognize that excellence and diversity and choice that we offer here with our partner district accredited schools was really impressive to see. So a big shout out to Principal Bush, her entire team at Global Village Academy. It was a wonderful night. And the last thing I'll mention in my rounds is as director at B director, there was a wonderful article that was published lately in the press about Larkspur Elementary School's use of an innovative book vending machine and how they've used the book vending machine as a great incentive to get kids really jazzed and excited about literacy and support our science of reading programs down there. Finally, moving into my last item, what's coming in 2023? I'm not going to ask each board member to do their New Year's resolutions at this point, but for folks that are still hanging with us, what's coming on the agendas. We're going to continue that review of mission, vision, and board ends. I know Superintendent is going to present us with some innovative solutions. I know that Directors Meek and Williams are working on some board engagement to get some feedback on those. That'll continue, and I'll let them talk to that. But that will continue through the new year, and we will start talking about monitoring reports in the new year. I know that's something that's been a long time in coming for the district, but you'll start hearing about these monitoring reports and indicators as we move into 2023. Obviously, tonight we voted as a board to kickstart or relight the emphasis on bond and mill and looking at what that'll look like in learning and improving. One of the things that we may do as a board, I would love to see next time around that we track individual board director actions so there's no misinformation and our staff can understand what we're doing. Who we're talking to, how many doors we're knocking, how many endorsements we're engaging, what media we're doing, how many cars we're painting. It would be really good, I think, if we committed to that as a board, just so we can demonstrate to our whole community and our staff what we're doing so everyone understands the level of commitment that we have as a board of 7 to getting this done. Finally, we're looking forward for Mr. Reynolds and others to be providing us some updates on our Science of Reading programs. We piloted last year, we adopted this year. We're about halfway through the academic year, and it'll be great to see where we are in that core progress, to including some things we heard from Hope tonight. What are we doing with recovery, intervention, and some of those other things as we continue to advance those programs that we've invested in. And then the very last one, as one director, this is my personal commitment for next year, an area of focus that I would like to see is, obviously I've mentioned independent living or upping our emphasis as a board for our students and families with special education. I'm looking forward to the community, the outreach that we're going to have with our communities, but I'd also really like to put a shout out to Deputy Superintendent Hyatt and the entire special education staff all the way down through our district. It has been one of, if not our highest area of turnovers, especially in EA and resources. We've heard how that's impacted our district, our families, and our communities. So anything we can do as a board to reemphasize that and send a message, I am interested as one director. And the last thing I would say is we're still looking for an executive director. And I know that remains a priority search and position. But again, thank you to Deputy Hyatt. Thank you to everyone that's worked on that, all the way down to our individual EAs. Your efforts are noticed, and if I get my way, help is on the way. So with that, I will turn it over to Vice President Williams for her remarks.
Well, I will be much more short-winded. But I'm going to talk about the community engagement plan that Director Meek and I have been working on. There are 2 dates coming up in January that all 7 board members, I believe, have agreed to make happen. The first being January 17th, and the second being January 31st. Our plan for the 17th is to engage teachers throughout the district. We hope there will be an invitation sent out to principals this week to invite one teacher at least from each school, including our charter schools, where we will then engage them with all the questions that we came up on the community engagement plan. The second date is January 31st, where we are going to engage secondary students throughout the district, and our hope there is to invite up to 3 students from each middle and high school to come have discussion with the board that evening. We are going to provide food in order to try to get people to come. And anyway, so that's our first step in trying to get this going. And I know that some of you have already started talking to your committees. I think Director Weiniger and I believe Director Ray, you did too, with FOC and SAG. And so I would just encourage you to continue doing that. And then my hope would be that we could ask Director Peterson that maybe towards the end of the year, during one of our work sessions, we can sit down and really hammer out all the feedback that we've gotten from all the different venues. So Yeah, I'm sorry, end of school year, yes.
End of the
Sorry,
school year for
that's right.
clarification.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, we will add that to an agenda. And if I could ask the superintendent on behalf of the board, I know our directors are engaging with our committees. If you would also, if your committees, DC Geek, DC SEAC, et cetera, are interested in providing input on mission vision, the questions outlined by directors Meek and Williams, we would appreciate that. Again, your committees, we don't want to direct that as the board, but we would welcome the input on mission vision and the ends that we're discussing with our committees. So thank you.
And just an FYI, our hope is to engage new people, so people that are already on committees or that sit on employee council and such. We hope to get their feedback separately, but the ones for the 17th and 31st would be for people who aren't already on those committees. So please cover anything that I've forgotten. Director Meek, I could have certainly done that.
That was the only thing I was going to add, and you added it. So ideally, we want to make sure we're getting teachers who are not already plugged in to committees and students that are not already on the student advisory groups. So as Director Williams said, we are very excited to kick this off in January. And I know some conversations, so the 2 meetings in January, all of us will be participating in that. But as liaisons, we're having conversations, and, you know, Director Weiniger and Director Ray had asked, how do we track this? So I think it's really important that we document so that we can share out across the whole board in that work session. And so at the very end of the community engagement plan, there are some key questions that are there, but you can use that or you can use your own documentation. But I think it's really important that we do that because I can't remember what I did yesterday. So writing it down is always really helpful. So I think that's all that I would add for the community connections plan.
Yeah, and one more, if I may. EAC events aside, if you are a member of a community that identifies with one of our superintendent committees, for instance, DCCAC, if you and you see on an agenda that they're going to discuss this, I would encourage you to politely and respectfully show up those meetings, assume positive intent, and respectfully make any input known. That's one other avenue that we have is our public meetings are open, but again, based on some comments tonight, please come and be respectful, and whichever opinion and things you do, please try to assume positive intent. So thank you to both Directors Williams and Meek for kickstarting and leading this effort for the board. With that, let's see.
Sorry, just really quick. Just an FYI for those meetings in January, I think the first 2 hours are going to be where we engage the community, and I think that the last hour is supposed to be for the board to debrief on our findings through the separate conversations that we have. So that's all I have. Okay, we'll move to the last item with director items, board committee and liaison reports. And based on what I remember last time, I think we'll go with Director Meek and move down to Director Hansen for the last word. So she will be the only thing standing between us and the next item.
Great. So I do a few things. I did want to mention that I would be interested in joining the M-BAC meetings moving forward if either of you want to not have to, or if we want to rotate, that would be great. But I think that might be a really important way to show that there are other board members that are very interested in participating in that. So we can talk about that later. I listened into a CASB Zoom call this morning with Speaker of the House, Julie McCluskey, and it was a very interesting conversation. I know they are working on a potential school funding formula change, and I know we had mentioned that at the retreat. I have not seen it. I'm not sure if anyone has seen it yet, but I do think it's a really important topic for us to stay on top of, and I just highlight it. Maybe there's a presentation that we should have in the near future once there's a little more information that is available. You can respond if you want.
So as I've mentioned in a superintendent update, we do have an RFP out right now for a lobbyist for our district to just help us make sure that we're staying on top of all of the things that are happening at the Capitol, to include the potential proposed changes to school funding, as well as to make sure that we're acting consistent with the Board of Education's stated legislative priorities. So that will really help us be able to brief the board on a regular basis on what is happening and based on the legislative priorities, kind of what direction we're moving.
And then, is there a timeline on when that hiring would take place? Do you know?
I believe the responses to the RFP are due here pretty soon at the middle-endish of December. And so we can make a decision in early January. The session starts on January 9th.
Great. Okay, that sounds great. When I attended the last DAC meeting, the Unified High School bell schedule was a big topic of conversation at that meeting. And I know we were receiving lots of calls on that. I don't know if there's any new information that should be shared at this point in time. I look at the superintendent, and if no, I just wanted to bring that up.
We can certainly look at providing an updated memo on what the sort of the latest information is around that.
Okay, thank you. And then at the Long Range Planning Committee meeting, we had a great presentation from the superintendent on looking at our capacity needs, especially in the Highlands Ranch area. And, you know, the district really wants to be proactive with full staff and community engagement in creating a 3 to 5 year plan for that north planning area. And so the LRPC was very excited to hear this engagement opportunity that's being mapped out and planned out. So that was exciting. Let's see. DC Oaks graduation took place recently, and if you haven't attended one of those graduations, it's kind of like a Hope Online graduation. Make sure you have tissues with you, but to listen to the stories of the 22 graduates and to hear how they found a school where they felt safe and welcome, and it saved their lives. Just kind of rips your heart out as you're listening to these heartfelt stories of what these students have gone through and how they found a family. And so it was just a phenomenal graduation. It's always an honor to be part of that and to listen to those stories. And it really does make me think about some of what we heard with public comment with, you know, recent stories with certain members of our community not feeling safe because of recent activities with FEC United or different groups that are speaking out against certain members of our community. And so we did receive, and I think the superintendent received many emails asking about, you know, what we're doing to ensure safety in our community. And there was a Denver Post article even yesterday calling out the Department of Homeland Security bulletin that was highlighted in this email that we received recently. And with the recent shooting in Colorado Springs and activities that have been taking place, I know I have fielded several phone calls from community members who are fearful. And in all honesty, it doesn't matter if we feel safe in a meeting. Do the individuals in the meeting feel safe? And so I'd really like us as a board to think about that psychological safety piece. And I know the superintendents received some emails with recommendations for, you know, ways that perhaps the Equity Advisory Committee meeting might be held, whether it's streaming or whether it's different, you know, ideas. But I don't think adding more guards solves the psychological safety challenge that's out there. And I'm not wise enough to know exactly what needs to be done, but I can tell you after the DC Oaks graduation, I was talking to different teachers, and I said, how have you created this community where your students have said, I feel safe and I feel welcomed? And the response was, well, you can start with ensuring that the equity policy is enacted. And so I know those conversations are going to be coming up with our community. And I think we as a board need to figure this out and be leaders in this area. And so with that, those are my updates, and I will pass it to
Thank you,
the next
Director Meek. And for anyone that's looking to dig into psychological safety, there's a great thing called Project Aristotle where Google looked at that. It was the #1 trait of the highest performing teams. And if you really want a great definition, I direct you to Harvard and Amy Edmondson. And one of the key aspects of psychological safety, which is really important for this board, is the ability to give and accept criticism and assume positive intent. So psychological safety is very much around ability to acknowledge and accept, not accept, but to believe in, but to acknowledge and respect opposing points of view. So that's something we'll continue to work on. Director Weiniger.
So tomorrow, there's going to be a Legacy Campus tour with some state legislators, and they're also going to tour some high schools and look at some of our career tech ed areas in our high schools. So myself and Director Peterson will be attending that, and I'm looking forward to that. I just also want to say I really like getting nice cards from public comment. So if anyone else wants to do that, I will not say no. But yeah, I hope everyone has a very Merry Christmas for those who celebrate it, and a Happy New Year.
Director Myers.
Well, actually, Director Meek attended SAC. I had work issues. Director Weiniger attended DCYI for me this week, and Director Ray did SAG for me, so I was kind of lapsed. But anyway, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Director Ray.
And we missed you, by the way. A couple things. So you heard Sujay talk about our conversation at SAG with the connections, and it was really, you missed a great conversation. It was really amazing, the insights the students had. But one of the things, I had a student pull me aside who was confronting me because he said, you should have told me we're going to talk about this before, because he said I could have written a whole paper about my thoughts, and I felt like that I was kind of on the spot to have to come up with things. So that was good feedback for us as we're structuring our engagement sessions to make sure that people know what questions they're going to answer before we spring on. So it looks like you've already talked about that. I didn't do that, and I got reprimanded for not doing that. But I do have some great feedback from our students who are just amazing. And I also would just echo, I had the pleasure of seeing or being at the DC Oaks graduation. I make it a point to be at that graduation either in the spring or the winter or the spring, just because they define our why. And not only do they say this saved their lives, but the affirmations to the teachers and the support staff are second to none. And it just, again, makes me even more motivated to do this stuff for our teachers because, gosh, they deserve it. And then I don't know if we'll ever get a chance to talk about the CASB conference because, my goodness, I gained a lot of insights and gems from everything from equity to dyslexia to charter school regulations. And I think since we've invested public taxpayer money into us attending that, we probably should have a time to debrief and talk about our new learnings and discuss with each other. But one thing I'm going to leave you with, because Director Meek brought up the equity, this quote just still resonates with me from the keynote. He says, "We know we have achieved equity when the backgrounds of people cease to predict the outcomes." And I'm going to let you linger with that. I'm going to, because I think that definition to me is completely different than what we've tossed around sometimes, even in our policy. But I'm going to say it again. We know we have achieved equity when the backgrounds of people cease to predict the outcomes. That's what equity is about in a nutshell. And so there's a whole keynote. I know Superintendent Kane, Williams, Myers, and I, Meek were there to hear that keynote. It's on the CASB website, and I'd encourage us all to see it and listen to it because I think it serves as a great foundation, especially if we're going to continue to have these focused conversations with our community about what equity means. But I would just love for us to have a chance to debrief the conference because we've invested in it financially. We ought to be able to take away some stuff from it that really helps us become better at what we do. So that's all I have.
Director Hansen.
I don't need to add anything.
All right, with that, I will move to item number 29. Convene an executive session. The recommendation is the Board of Education adjourn the meeting and convene an executive session, a closed session, for purposes of holding conferences with the district attorneys to receive legal advice on specific legal questions pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024B regarding pending litigation, specifically Marshall versus Douglas County Board of Education et al., pending in District Court, Douglas County, case number 2022-CV30071. And if motion to go in by 2/3, the requested members of the meeting will be all 7 directors, Superintendent Kane, DCSD Counsel Mary Klemesh, and Jeff Blue representing the law firm of Gessler Blue. Do I have a motion concerning the recommendation?
So moved.
Moved by Williams as stated,
Second.
second by Myers. I will now take the roll. Director Hansen?
Aye.
Meek? Aye. Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed 7-0 at time 9:21. And this meeting is hereby adjourned, and we will take a 10-minute break and meet in executive session.
Recording.